I'm going to call this meeting to order. And we're going to start with the moment of reflection. Confirmation of the agenda. I have a recommendation to the regular council agenda of June 30, 2025 to be approved as circulated. Moved by Councillor Martin, second by Councillor Jeff Bell. All those in favor? Carried. Declaration of preliminary interest for anyone? Declare it now or as in the agenda here. Report to closed session. We just had a closed session. Fred, would you like to?
We can report, Madam, in progress on a matter where litigation or potential litigation is a factor and progress related to the matter involving an identified condition.
Thank you. We are moving on to consent agenda. Would anybody like to see anything pulled from item 6.1 to 6.12? Councillor Vanessa?
6.9. Just a comment on that.
Sure.
That's the Perth County update. I'm wondering if the update they give us and also that's put on their website, can they add links to it? They talk about this project or we've done this or whatever. Can they add a link to that certain item that they're discussing?
Great.
Actually, allow a little more in-depth.
I think the links are always in the agenda, but I guess you'd have to go really
Yeah,
look at
exactly.
that. Yeah. I will make mention of that.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to see anything pulled or for comment? Okay, seeing nothing, I have a recommendation that the consent agenda item 6.1 to 6.12 with comment being made on 6.9 be received for information and that the regular council minutes of May 20th, 2025 be adopted. Moved by Councillor Cloutier, second by Deputy Mayor Wilhelm. All those in favor? I will never get it right. Okay, public meetings, 7.1. We are moving into public meetings and hearings. Do I need to close off this meeting and start this one? No? Okay, so we're at the Perth County Annual Accessibility Update. Rachel, come forward.
Good morning. Yeah, so here with my colleague Jamie O'Leary as well, legislative. Right. Oh, good morning. We do have a presentation. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So through you, Mayor Orr, and to Perth South Council, good morning. We know you've had a bit of a busy morning, so we will try not to take up too much time with our annual update here. As it states on the starting slide there, this is the joint accessibility update, which means that it's collaborative and comprehensive in terms of accessibility initiatives that have happened both at the lower tiers and the upper tier. Your clerk was at Scott, was kind enough to liaise with my colleague Jamie O'Leary here, and they have put together the information that you see before you today. Next slide. So today we're just going to run through our legislative requirements under the Accessibility Act. Jamie's going to talk a bit about what the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee accomplished in 2024. Then we're going to talk about different initiatives that were accomplished both at Perth South and then also at the county for 2024. And finally, we'll talk a bit about what's on the horizon for 2025 and beyond. We'll have some time at the end for questions. If you have any questions for us, we will do our best to answer, but if you don't have an answer today, more than happy to go do some research and bring that back. Next slide. Okay, so just a reminder, the AODA is sort of our governing legislation from the province about accessibility. When we're talking about our accessibility plan, that is a mandated plan that we have to have. By legislation, it's mandated that we have to update it at least once every 5 years. You might recall that my colleague and myself, Tyler Siders, were around in 2023, so with that like larger, broader update. That was that total plan, did some public consultation, worked with our Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee, all of our lower tier clerks and staff to update that. That's our roadmap. And then the next slide. Under that same legislation, under a subsection, the province requires that we do an annual update, and so that's why we're before you today. That annual update is just sort of a housekeeping report to make sure that we're making progress on our accessibility plan year over year. Next slide. So when we talk about accessibility, a piece of that at the county is our Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee. That is also a provincially mandated committee based on our population size. At Perth South, you do have members that sit on that committee that have lived experience in terms of disabilities and accessibility, and so they meet on about a monthly basis. Janie's piece at the county, part of it is that she does administer that committee, so she's going to talk a bit about what they did in 2024 and maybe what they're looking at in 2025.
Thank you, Rachel. Through you, Mayor, again, the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee meets usually monthly, anywhere from 8 to 10 times per year. So in 2024, they did meet a total of 8 times. And throughout that, we did complete 12 site plan reviews. So as I'm sure some of you are aware, and some of you may not be, anytime there's a site plan that involves the public, it comes from the lower tiers to the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee. We develop a little subcommittee with at least one person who's from the lower tier that the site plan's for on that committee, and review that and kind of work through that, and then we complete a feedback report and send that back. Just with again, that lived experience, their perspectives, just some valuable insight. And then also in 2024, we developed a working group, which was started with 2 main goals. One was to review the accessibility of the PC Connect bus stops, which we did review the rural route, which has obviously since been discontinued, but there was some really great tools developed through that and some really good information that we gathered. So in the event that anything is developed in the future, or if any other services would be interested in these tools, it's a really great thing that we've created. And then we are now, the group is in kind of a research gathering phase about the possibility of implementing a stop app initiative across the county. So that's kind of what we're working on now, kind of the end of 2024 and now into 2025. And then I did also just want to highlight that National Accessibility Week was actually the last week in May. So just happened, and the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee actually wrote out a letter to the public just with what they were hoping to see accessibility wise, and that was circulated to our media contacts. So lots of good stuff to come in 2025 and lots of great work done in 2024.
Perfect. Thanks, Jamie. Just a reminder, the Accessibility Advisory Committee is always available. It is an upper tier committee, but they're always available if your staff or if yourselves are working on a project and you think it might be useful to garner some feedback from people who might have lived perspectives in terms of accessibility. I'm always more than happy to connect you with Accessibility Advisory Committee members. Just feel free to email clerks anytime. Next slide. Okay, we're talking about the notable accomplishments now. So at the county level, lots of great work going on in terms of accessibility, especially when it comes to our physical spaces. In 2024, we completed a full remediation of the website to pull down all of our content, remediate all of it. Julianne Scott was actually very instrumental in a lot of the remediation work. And then re-uploading that back onto the website, making sure that it's WCAG 2.0 standard compliant. Our provincial reporting was completed in time for that January 1st deadline, and we've since created a workflow to ensure that any content that's being published up there is accessible and meets those requirements moving forward. Of course, in 2024, we had a ton of renovations happening in that physical space, that 1 Huron, 5 Huron link space. 2024 saw a lot of the renovation build being completed out, including accessibility features like an elevator. We have some different counter heights, some power buttons, and there is a ramp as well in that link area to get over into the older part of the building. Archives also made significant progress on a great digitization project for local historic newspapers from hamlets and villages all across Perth County. That of course allows for greater public access both in person and online. Anybody who needs to access that with the screen reader or any sort of digital tech, that makes that just that more accessible for people who might need to do that. And then finally, at the county level, we did provide some training sessions to county and lower tier staff, one specifically focused on hosting accessible events and meetings. Next slide. So when we talk about our work at 2025 and beyond at the county, of course, we're kind of already into the thick of it in terms of 2025, but at the county, we're continuing to work with staff as we actually physically are moving our bodies into that space at the new 1 Huron build renovation. We want to make sure that staff and departments are comfortable as they're moving in there, that not only is the space functional, but it's also accessible for the staff that are moving in, and that we're making the adjustments as needed as we're moving into that space. Planning staff is also updating our applications in digital forms to ensure that they're accessible both for Perth County and for the lower tiers. So I know Michelle has been hard at work with your courts and with your planning and building departments, making sure that those forms are going to be fully accessible when they're available digitally. And then finally, we're offering some additional training. Actually, Jamie just completed one in 2025 with regard to accessible documents, creating and remediating them. We're looking at doing some other trainings through 2025 for the lower tiers and internal staff as well. If you'd like a copy of that training, I believe Jamie has circulated it with the clerks. So if you ever want to take a look at that to understand more about creating accessible documents, that is readily available. Next slide. Okay, the Perth South accomplishments. So your staff has been working diligently on all kinds of different accessible initiatives across your community. These are a few things that we pulled out, not comprehensive of all of the work that you've completed, but just sort of a few highlights. These were reported to us through Lizette by your staff. So in 2024, you saw the creation of a recreation manager position and you filled it. One of the goals of that position, it sounds like, is to provide more accessible and inclusive programming. And that they'll continue to review ways to ensure that your community is more accessible in terms of the recreation side in Perth South. You also supported the St. Mary's and area mobility bus in terms of grant funding, which of course makes transit and transportation more accessible for those in your community. And then finally, you completed some major accessibility upgrades at the Kirkton Pool, which included a review and amendments that were made by a friend of the county as well, Julie Sawchuk, during the planning process. I believe the JAC actually also had a look at that too, so. Next slide. Okay, what are your staff looking at for 2025 and beyond? Continuing work in accessibility, we're looking at expanding your app that you've got going on for recreational programs to include registration for soccer and also your Kirkton Pool registration as well. Of course, making that more accessible to those in the community who may require technology to access that information. Next, you're proposing a renovation of your municipal office, another physical space upgrade to ensure that you're utilizing your space efficiently and that it's accessible to those who are using it. And then you're also continuing to update your templates for best possible accessibility. Next slide. Great. So with that, we're available for questions. We just want to thank you for your diligent work, your participation, and your engagement when it comes to accessibility. It affects all of us at the end of the day, and the work is important to be done in our community. So thank you very much.
Any questions for the team? I have one. When you say digitizing documents, so does that mean like if I had an issue and I couldn't read, but I wanted to be a counselor and everything then could be read to me?
Yes, through you, Mayor, that's exactly right. So different technologies that you can use, including screen readers. So when you're digitizing your records or your information, especially archives with that project we're talking about, that does make it available. They OCR scan it so that all of the text is available to a screen reader that will read it out for you. So that if you physically can't read it, it can read it to you. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a recommendation as the Perth County Annual Accessibility Update be received for information. Moved by Councillor Jeff Bell, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming on the board. Okay, 7.2, Meredith, you and the team are up. Welcome.
Today. A little bit of a presentation. Oh, Ricky's just gonna hand out some materials.
I think I grabbed some material last night and there's some nice pictures in there.
Yes, our new brochure, we're very excited about, Ricky will be giving everyone one, and you should be receiving one, if you haven't already yet, this week. So, one reason was that I just want to get started, good morning, Mayor, Ward, and members of council. My name is Meredith Burgett, and pretty much I think everybody have had the pleasure of meeting. I'm the Director of Economic Development and Tourism for the county, and with me today, sitting shotgun, is Ricky Zhao. He is a familiar face at the county. Started with us in 2021. I'm laughing because he has jumped from contract to contract to contract. So whenever there's a funding stream available for staff resources, whenever we've been successful, Ricky has jumped. So he's went from digital service squad member to summer student, destination development summer student, tourism marketing summer student. He then did some economic development, maternity leave support, and now he's actually taking over the tourism portfolio as we have another staff person on maternity leave. So he is with us until March. So Ricky actually started in 2021 and is a full-time student pursuing a career in education. So Ricky has his master's in education and fell in love with economic development and working with our business community. And he has recently graduated with his master's of economic development as well. So we are very happy to have him with us on our team until March 2026, when Clara returns from her maternity leave. And Maggie will be returning from her maternity leave in September. So we just want to scoot to the next slide. Just a quick snapshot of our team. There should be a presentation. Well, not a big deal, I can continue on. So we have, we have 3 students working with us this summer. We were successful in some federal and provincial funding. So we have Olivia Jackson, who's on our team. She was here last year as our destination marketing summer student. A girl by the name of Paige Thompson. She's actually a planning student, but working on a lot of our economic development projects and our content management system. And we have Erin McGregor from Sebringville. We're not sure what side of the road she's on. If she's a Perth South or a Perth East resident. She's also working with us. So they'll be out and about in the community, snapping photos, meeting with businesses. Our goal this summer is to engage with all of our farm gate businesses, our businesses that have been identified in our tourism brochure, our bakery trail, and any participants, and make sure that we have updated photos on them and business bios on them. So that's our Planted in Perth County, which I'm going to talk about in a bit, program. So again, if you know of any events or see them out in the community, please say hi. And if you want them to be at events, please let Ricky or myself know. We'll have to make that happen. So our strategic focus for economic development through our strategic plan that was developed, the economic development strategic plan that was developed in 2024, focused on 5 key priority areas: business retention and expansion, destination development and marketing, people and workforce, and housing, affordable and alternative housing, and mobility, which is PC Connect. So through our business retention and expansion and attraction program, we have our Prosper in Perth County brand, where we're out in the fields supporting businesses with everything from funding navigation, writing stories on their businesses, their staff, celebrating staff, and workforce support. In the last few months, we've worked with 8 businesses across Perth County on several large funding projects through the Southwestern Ontario Development Fund. 2 of those companies are right here in Perth South. One has successfully secured $5 million for expansion and growth of a total of a $35 million project. And the other 7 are either currently waiting to find out there's the status of their funding application, or are in the due diligence confidentiality stage. So some very exciting projects happening across the county. Signature initiatives such as our Planted in Perth County and our People in Perth County, which is showcasing businesses and all the amazing careers that we have within the county, and showcasing rural entrepreneurship and career pathways that exist right here in Perth County is also one of our focuses. We're still working out the details, so you will receive an invite later on this week. Justin's been working with Fred, and our next business tour is actually here in Perth South at Camp Creek Dairies on June 20th. So you'll get a message from us later on this week once the details are all finalized. We're continuing to stay connected with our business community to ensure that we're providing relevant programming that is meeting their needs. Has always been a priority to our team. Our monthly newsletter provides valuable program information, and continues to keep those lines of communication open, as well as our roundtables and surveys and whatnot. Supporting local events such as the iFarm event that's happening on June 10th at the Rotary Complex, and supporting small businesses through the Small Business Enterprise Center is also a priority of our team. We continue to maintain our land inventory, helping ensure that our development readiness, and leveraging key partnerships such as the Southwestern Ontario Marketing Alliance and the Federal Can Export Funding Program to ensure that we when we do get investments, calls that we can respond accordingly. Another initiative that we have is our priority is our people and workforce development. So we know most employers around the table, and around the county are in desperate need of staff, and we have a number of unfilled positions. So we've been trying to build up our capacity through a number of different initiatives. So by supporting our businesses in areas that we can support. So one of those initiatives is we offer free welcoming community training for all businesses and residents across Perth County. Our trustee teacher expanded our Perth for Youth programming that we started in 2018, and did a revamp of our career profiles, showcasing manufacturing, agriculture, and tourism careers across the county. And we've been in the schools presenting and working with our schools to showcase that there are so many opportunities right here in their own backyard, in hopes that students will go off to college, university, or skilled trades, but then look to come back to Perth County to pursue a career. And working on workforce events with our employers and our employment agencies, so attending job fairs on behalf of businesses, and working with to share the employment agencies and the funding opportunities they have for staff training and whatnot. And then we also continue to raise the rural housing, keep the rural housing conversation going, especially the link between housing and workforce. So we're advocating for secondary units and supporting employer-led housing initiatives. So I'm not sure if anyone is aware, but we have an excellent tool on our website. It's funded through the Rural Economic Development Fund and in partnership with Invest Stratford in 2021. And it's called the Workforce Attraction, Retention, and Employer Toolkit. And on that toolkit, it is a series of best practices of businesses across the country that have shared their information with us on what they're doing to help retain and attract staff around housing initiatives. So, for example, there's a company out of Collingwood. They provide no interest loans to employees who are looking to purchase their first time home. We have a company in Listowel that provides accommodation for co-op students, university co-op students. And there's a number of other initiatives happening across the country of businesses, promoting different types of staff led housing initiatives and business led housing initiatives. So that is on our Perth County website. It is free to all businesses. It's free to anyone interested, whether they're in Thunder Bay or Perth County or British Columbia. It's an excellent tool. A lot of businesses have shared their best practices right down from the process of what insurance is required, what legal forms are required. So if you know of any businesses that need that resource, please share it or send them our way. We're pretty proud of that tool, and it is free for anyone to use as well. So as PC Connect has concluded and transportation is still a priority for our program, we've been working to support routes 1, 2, and 3, which is the London, Stratford, Kitchener, Listowel, Kitchener routes, and providing ridership data and any sort of needs analysis that anyone's looking for, and promoting also active mobility options. The model continues to evolve, and we're constantly looking for different options and opportunities to pull folks into our rural areas and provide some sort of transportation or access to rural programming. Next up is our destination development and marketing, and I'm going to hand this over to Ricky.
Thank you, Mayor Meredith. Through Mayor, I just want to please say happy Local Food Week, and just in time for Local Food Week, 60,000 Explore Perth County tourism brochures have been delivered to mailbox and distributed across local hotspots, which I'm kind of sharing with everyone here. They'll be in local hotspots, visitor centers, municipal offices, and key tourism destinations, both locally and in targeted markets. This refreshed edition puts Perth County's deep agricultural roots in spotlight with vibrant visuals, inspiring itineraries, and updated content to help you plan visitors' next rural getaway or hometown adventure with ease. Several strategic marketing campaigns are currently underway. We're looking to work with several number of social media content creators. We have also about a full page ad on the Globe and Mail Explore Ontario summer and fall sections. along with several advertorials highlighting Perth County. We continue to promote extended visits to the theater goers, using the Stratford Festival, as we purchased ticket space at a full page ad as well as print home tickets. We also currently utilize the summer fun guide and on-ramp plazas, travels information centers, and major attractions and hotels across the province. This is just a snapshot of some of our marketing efforts. This year, as a part of our Let's Share Both Moments, we will find 10 photo frames and 3 custom photo ops throughout the county. In Perth South, we have the River Valley Golf and Tube Slide, as well as the Wildwood Conservation Area. We've also partnered with the Avon Mainland District School Board, shop classes to construct 10 farm stands, which will be offered to all farm gate participants and will be distributed for those who are interested. In terms of signature experiences, we continue to work closely with our businesses in developing future signature experiences. Our Discover More Signature Experiences program, also before you, provides expert one-on-one guidance, content creations with a professional content creator, professional photography and videography, ongoing marketing promotions and campaigns, to all the Perth County businesses looking to create or enhance an immersive experience. Late last year, staff assigned a signature experience program package, which I mentioned. The signature experience program guide is a practical resource designed to help businesses develop, refine, and evaluate unique business experiences that reflect the distinct character of Perth County. Whether you're looking to enhance an existing activity or create something entirely new, this guide walks you through the key considerations to help you ensure your offering is authentic and market ready. This guide also includes step-by-step prompts, best practices, and examples to support businesses in identifying their unique stories, defining target audiences, combined with series of opportunities, and to integrating booking or promotional tools. Encourages a thoughtful approach on creating experiences that go beyond products or services, offer visitors hands-on, memorable experiences, and build that deeper connection with local people, places, and cultures. The goal is not to only support operators in turning great ideas. The goal is to support operators into turning great ideas into bookable, high-quality experiences that not only attract visitors, but also celebrate what makes our region special. With that being said, I'll pass it back to Mary.
I just want to add a couple of things. So when Ricky was talking about River Valley and Wildwood, it's the static frames that you can get your picture taken. And so please check them out, take a picture, tag us. The content creator, one of the content creators that we have, we've never worked with them, but have been following them for several years. Actually, recently just moved to Perth County. Her name is Sam Weber, and her handle is The Cabin. For the first time ever, she had got our Explorer brochure in the mail and then made a post, and it kind of blew up that she was looking forward to touring in the backyard this summer. So we've engaged with her, and we're working quite closely with her over the next 3 months on a pilot. As our sole content creator, we've given her the brochure and said, please enjoy Perth County. And so she is actually already planned and booked a camping weekend with 23 friends and like family, 23 close personal, relatives and friends at Wildwood. So that's happening the third weekend in July. So if you don't already follow her and you're on social media, please follow her. She's going to have lots of great activities happening throughout the course of the summer. And we're very much looking forward to this pilot and working with her to see I have a different lens of a resident promoting the area opposed to bringing someone in, which we are still going to be doing. We're just trying a new perspective here with that. And then I just wanted to expand on the guide, the experiential tourism immersive guide. We created that guide because I think when a lot of our businesses were unsure of what immersive and experiential tourism was, and a lot of our businesses are already doing it. They already have experiences on farm, McCully Hills, for example, and their Maple Fest and the tours in the bush. And it's not, you know, we don't have to create a new business line, it can be part of your business and just how you make small little tweaks to enhance them, so that's why we created that. We also created the Prosper and Perth County, guide as well for businesses, because we have so many different programs and so many different, initiatives, through our economic development program. It was hard to keep track of everything and what businesses to participate in, so we felt like that was kind of a one-stop shop, you know, if you want to participate in a business tour, if you want resources on funding applications, or you need support with this, so we created that as well for businesses to, as a one-stop shop for economic development initiatives, so we're pretty proud of those two documents, and we've seen a major, an increase in, interest from our businesses to participate in this program, so that was great. So looking ahead for, the rest of the year, we're pretty excited about, an upcoming networking event, happening at the River Farms, and it's, called Rooted in Success, and it's focused on collaboration amongst businesses, particularly in the food sector. So that's happening on June 25th. If you guys didn't receive an invite, or a newsletter, we'll make sure we get that circulated to you. It's a come and go, networking event from 3 till 6. There will be a fireside chat at 5 p.m. Showcasing a couple of different, agritourism businesses, operators within the county that have collaborated amongst themselves and are working together. And we also have our, Sam Weber talking about content, management, content creation, and simple things that businesses can do that doesn't cost a lot of money. It doesn't cost anything, to promote their businesses and also promote other businesses, that they're working with, kind of celebrating that co-opetition, piece. We've also created for First House specifically, they're gonna be arriving on Thursday the 5th. Weather resistant vinyl signs that are gonna go in your, the static cases at River Valley here and the museum. And we've actually, had a couple of extra ones that we've ordered with grommets that we thought we could, and a simple QR code that people can scan, at the Kirkton, pool or here on the fence. It's fairly busy with the park and the ball diamonds and the soccer pitches and whatnot. So we'll be coordinating with Fred on that. So, hopefully this weekend you'll see all nice, new vinyl weather resistant, tourism boards for your, static displays. So just kind of in summary quickly, you know, our goal is to support businesses, at every stage of growth and elevate the rural experience right here for our visitors and our residents, and then staying, you know, nimble to the shifting, environment, you know, whether it be, tariff issues or, employment issues, just, making sure that we're meeting the needs of our businesses as well as our communities that we service. If there's any questions, happy to take them now. And if not, thank you very much for having us today. This was always nice when we get out in our member municipalities to talk about what we're doing. And you are our champions, and you know, you're our voices to our business community, so we really appreciate the ongoing support, from staff and politicians.
Any questions for Meredith? Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for coming. I'm just wondering how does the structure, the overall structure work? Do you get an idea, or does the idea come from the business community, or is there just, is this like a funding comes, how does this whole structure work, or is this, we don't have enough time for that?
No, that's an excellent question. So the foundation comes from the county's corporate strategic plan and our economic development strategic plan. So we've got the parameters of our programming, we have our core programs that we offer, that are going to lead to, the program guides. But then from that, we do, as funding opportunities arise, we will apply for funding if it is relevant to our programming. So, you know, if it's a workforce project and it can fit into our workforce umbrella, we'll apply for that. If it's a tourism project, for example, the shareable moments, we've been working on immersive tourism, it's been identified as one of our assets. This shareable moments, Instagrammable, installations, wasn't really on our radar for our programming. But there was money available and it fit, we figured out a way to work it into our current programming, and that's through our frames. And are through our farm-based stands that the students are making, and we've engaged with some art students to create, displays on those stands, of what Perth County means to them. So we always are trying, like, the foundation is set for us, and we're always just trying, as, you know, obviously, like, I wanna turn a dime into $100 all day, every day. So if any funding comes up, we'll try and mold it into our current programming. And then if, a business, for example, has requested some training on, well, actually, the welcoming communities training is a prime example. We started that in 2018, and that was from a business, through our annual business survey, that identified that they were needing support on like cultural diversity training for their employees. And so we then reached out further to, very specific and targeted to our larger corporations across the county and asked the same question, and it was a unanimous, yes, please, if you can provide training, that would be fantastic. And so there was funding that came available through the Rural Economic Development Fund that we applied for that funding to provide the training free, and we've just continued on that programming every year, because it is benefiting our community, business and residents as well. So does that answer your question? Ish, okay, good. Yeah.
Just wondering, excuse me, on economic development, are you helping any of the agriculture community with the agriculture clean technology grants? Do you get involved in any of that?
No, but we could. I've never had anyone reach out, only yourself on the natural gas, but that wasn't funding, just some natural gas advocacy.
The reason I ask is in 2025, they just gave out another $200 to $300 million to agriculture groups in Ontario. Unfortunately, there was only one in Perth South and very few in Perth County. Most of those grants are being written now by private writers who take 10 to 15%. Okay, we had, and on a $2 million grant, which a lot of them were in the area, they're taking almost $300,000 to write the grant, to write the proposal, sorry. So we also have Upper Thames came to us last fall here. They've started a new program. And on their application page, they ask you to use a private grant writer.
Yeah.
So is that something that can actually be supported by Perth County and actually be used as an income stream? Because you could hire a person, gets one grant, 5% of 2 million, you've paid $100,000.
So I would love to say yes, that we could help all the businesses write all the grants. But unfortunately, we just don't have the bandwidth.
Is
But
that something you can look into at least?
Yeah, absolutely.
Discuss?
And we have, I haven't really pursued it, to include it in the budget. In our formal budget submission to county council. But what we can do and what we do is we help the businesses, they provide the foundation, they fill out and complete the applications as best they can. And, we aren't experts in funding applications, and there are several local companies that are professional grant writers. And, not that we encourage it or discourage it, but we will, help provide our comments from a county perspective, supporting our member municipalities and our business community. But we just don't have the bandwidth or the expertise within staff to be writing the full, funding application for a business. But we can steer them in the right direction. We can provide them with, whatever data they need and any information that we can provide. But we just don't, unfortunately, in a perfect world, we would have the capacity, but unfortunately, we just don't.
But it may be a revenue stream for the
Yeah,
county.
yes,
It's something they should be looking at.
yeah, and yes, I will make note of that for 2026, yeah, no problem.
Councilor Martin? First, good work. Things look like they're thriving in the North Kennedy. Just quick question, your student team, is somebody going out to Pars this weekend for their anniversary event? Can you bring that forward in case that wasn't?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, I can, someone has.
Open house,
Yeah.
yes. And also, will they be visiting rec programs at all? That part of any of the promotion?
Not particularly, but it doesn't mean we can't work it into if there is a large community event, it doesn't mean that we can't work it into our programming.
There's quite a large family fun day that happens out here every year,
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, if you wanted someone, and we could, you know, provide those photos and content to, staff here, Fred and Lizette, for posting whatnot after the event, and you can use those photos for, different guides and promotional stuff on their website, whatever we, you know, professional photography or not, or content that we create, it's yours, like we're not gatekeeping photos and videos and whatnot, it belongs to the municipality, so if there's anything that you need or want, we will try and weave it into the programming as much as possible.
Thank you. Yeah, we have really big recreation.
Yes.
Any other questions? No, I have one. Funding for that PC line, is the province still committed to that?
Sorry, I need a little bit more.
So there's that, that you were talking about.
Yeah,
the
1, 2, 3, yeah.
Well, province is funding for that, or?
So St. Mary's, my understanding from last conversations is that St. Mary's, Stratford and North Perth have committed some dollars, and then they are going to have another conversation. That dollars were carried through till the end of this year.
Right.
And then the province hasn't provided, and we're out of those conversations now because we're not part of that contract, so I'm not sure what is going on, because we've, you know, since March 31st, we haven't been part of those conversations, just providing, you know, support as needed through social media or data and whatnot. I know North Perth and West Perth are looking into providing their own micro transit that would move into Stratford to those lines. I think they're in the very preliminary stages for that, but the province is, yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't figure a way to get more money to keep the service operating at the county level.
Okay, Trustee, no further questions. I just want to thank you too. I know we've been working a little more closely. I know if there's a lead that comes in, you're very quick to say, okay, we got to get a letter of support to this business, and I appreciate all that you do that with Fred and myself. I know that the contacts that you're making right now are actually going to impact us in the future. Like you just never know what's going to stick down the line, but you've always been very positive, and I'm glad to work with you when it comes to growing the business with you. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
And I have to apologize because Meredith sent me a lovely PowerPoint presentation and I forgot to note it.
He made it, not me.
I will circulate that. I will add it to the.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, I have a recommendation that the update from the Perth County Economic Development be received for information. Moved by Deputy Mayor Wilhelm, seconded by Councilor Montreal. All those in favor? Carried. Okay. 4 to 11. We should keep going for a little while and then stop for the budget, or what's the issue? Okay, we're gonna keep going then for another 15 minutes or so. So I'm at item 8.1, the chief building official by law enforcement officer, Martin, who is away.
I'm gonna be the CEO today.
Okay.
To some surprise, it's been quite a kickoff to 2025 in terms of building and activity. So Martin's provided a summary there. He's issued 23 building permits so far this year, construction value of almost $17 million, permit revenue of almost 60,000. So year to date, that's 63 permits, construction value of 46 million, revenues of 154. These are better than last year, which it's something that we talked about at the staff level, trying to understand. Is any connection with interest rates, or this is really, the lion's share of this activity is in agriculture. It's new livestock barns, it's new livestock facilities. So I guess the farmers are doing really well, thankfully. depending on what they're into, but you know, the farmers that are doing well are doing really well. And others maybe not so well, but maybe they're, you know, different sectors are really growing, others maybe not so much. But we're just sharing, you know, what we're seeing. There's a significant amount of investment, which over time, when MPAC catches up with property assessments, we will eventually see all of this activity translate into improved revenues and assessment growth. We're not seeing that yet because MPAC is not, they haven't even said when they plan to assess or reassess. We're all still working from 2016 numbers, which are being adjusted, which may or may not reflect inflation, but I expect that the rest of the year will be similarly busy, and you know, Martin is busy, he likes it that way, and he's managing to stay on top of his work and meeting all of the statutory deadlines, and so if there's any specific questions, I'll try to answer them.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Just a comment on the agriculture, I know of one, and I think there's another one coming later in the year, 2 livestock facilities coming to Perth South that were planned somewhere else. The other municipality has development charges now. And both facilities were well over $50,000 to $70,000 development charges in those communities. And they will now are going to be built in Perth South.
Great.
Any further questions? No, so I have the CBO update, the report, you see for information, moved by Councillor Vanessa, second by Councillor Markel, all those in favor, carried. We are at Director of Public Works, Ken, your tables, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Orr. First report here is some public paving. We included some work in with the Perth County tender for surface asphalt on line 4. They had some very good close bids there that were bidding. The low bid was Branco Construction. The whole county tender was just over $2.6 million. Our portion of the paving was $585,000. So recommending award for our portion, I guess not necessarily award, it's gonna get awarded through the county. But just to concur acceptance of the award for South paving to Branco Construction.
Any questions for Ken? Go ahead, Councillor Vanessa.
Just one question. I've never paved a road, hope to never have to do it in my life. Is there any ability while they're paving to smooth out some of them spots on line 4?
That's the hope that they can, the second pass on the paver, it will help take out some of that.
So there's some places they could put an extra half inch or inch on.
Yeah, it won't fix everything, it won't make it perfect, but it should be an improvement. That's what it is.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Marco?
Do we have any idea when this construction will happen?
I don't know yet, no, I haven't heard. Ideally, we'll have them this summer. Slightly over our budgeted amount, indicated here in the report that just slightly over, and there's gonna be some additional costs for us to do some shouldering and stuff, which is not major cost, but some additional costs, so. This one might be slightly over, but if you guys remember the other paving tender, we were slightly under budget, so within the capital budget paving and stuff, we should be all working fine.
Any further questions? No, I have a recommendation that the Township Perth South Council concur acceptance of the tender award by Perth County for Part 4, Line 4, Perth Road 139 to Perth Road 151. Perth South at the tender 2025-031-02, Perth Line 44, Road Rehabilitation Cold Recycle, CRI Rim, I'm not sure how to say that. Hot mix, asphalt paving, drainage work, sidewalks, and line 4 hot mix, asphalt paving Perth South to Branco Construction, having a tender cost to Perth South in the amount of $585,480 $56.80 plus HST. Moved by Deputy Mayor Williams, seconded by Councillor Corbeau. All those in favor? Carried. All right, we need to report in the chapter back there.
Sorry about the long information. I'm kind of through that. It's copying the name that, Bill Wilson had on it, so it's. Okay, next report here is, the, results from the pricing I received on the, tractor backhoe. Recently, council, we had some discussions about, getting a backhoe for public works. So I was, got some prices here, through, Bryant, Delta Power Equipment. Came back with the, best price being from Delta Power Equipment for a case 580 SNWT backhoe, which is, meets all our needs and requirements. Price includes, a regular bucket on the back, digging bucket, and additional, ditching bucket that we utilize, a lot for ditching works. So recommending the, that machine, for works. If anybody has any questions.
Any questions for Ken? I'm also going to state that, I mean, I'm not opposed to this, but we are going to do our budget line by line. I would like to have some discussion around the backhoe right now, but maybe we should defer this recommendation until after the presentation by Tracy. Is that okay with council? Or do you want to go ahead and move it? Sometimes I feel that county can pre-approved a bunch of things and then at the end of the day we go, whoa. So if we could defer, but I'm happy to have conversation right now. Any comments on the backhoe? Councilor Marco?
And does this have a bucket of feedback in the whole part?
So, a thumb and a bucket, correct?
And we have never had a backhoe in our equipment before.
Correct.
And we would be removing the tractor.
We would be not replacing the tractor that we have now, we would keep it in service. Because we utilize it for roadside mowing.
So we would be adding an asset into our asset management plan.
Correct.
Like once we add this, we also have to save for it for the future replacement.
Correct.
Councilor Martin?
And when we say we're replacing a tractor, that tractor will not need to be replaced at the end of its life, or it will still need to be replaced for roadside mowing?
Not 100% sure, we keep it longer, and then the hope is that we can try and utilize the rental tractor that we get. And do more mowing with it. So in the future, we might end up renting a tractor and a half or something to get it done. Or then at that point, I guess we would consider whether we should replace it or continue on with renting. It's my expectation.
Councilor Ness?
Just a comment, I was thinking, we have that, New Holland tractor right now doing some roadside cutting, but if we can rent a tractor for what we rented it for in 2024, that's cheaper than replacing that tractor than a Holland. I mean, any of the snow removal that has to be done, that we were doing previously, can be done with the backhoe unit.
Right, yeah,
The backhoe unit has more function for us to clear drains or ditches and.
ditches, working with trees and brush.
Yeah.
Correct.
Councilor Marco?
I think we touched on this last time, but if we don't have anything in the salt shed in Granite, can we still store this thing inside somewhere with all of our equipment indoors if nothing is in the salt shed? Do we have enough capacity for that?
We could store stuff in the salt shed. There's still some salt residue in there. I'm not sure I would want to put a new piece of equipment in there in the summertime. So we do have, in the summertime, with the equipment, there's more room in the shops, because we don't have to plow and lanes on anything. So, like the shop next door here, for example, when we got the graders and the trucks with the snow plows and the wings on the side, they take up a lot more room. So this time of year, there's room in between the bays to store some additional equipment, so that would be the plan, would be to store it inside in the regular shops.
But in the winter time, when we have the storage, like the salt storage shed full of salt, where then we have the wings on, and I'm just trying to forecast what it would look like in the winter time. You just said what it would look like in the summer, but I'm wondering if we have where the thing would go in there.
Yeah, well, I would hope to have it stay here at the shop here in St. Paul's, because the loader and the salt shed, or the big loader is over there for the salt shed, so it's nice to have that machine here to use for snow removal and stuff in this area, so we'd have to try and fit it in the shop with some of that stuff would be tight.
Okay, any further questions? So I am gonna defer this recommendation until after the fulsome budget. It is 11 a.m. I'm hoping to take a bit of a break, let you know the wishes of council. I'm anticipating that we're gonna go past. Would you like to go for another hour and a half? Take 5-10 minutes right now, go for another hour and a half, have a lunch break, and then back at it. What do you think, Tracy, that we will be done?
Pretty straightforward for us, so.
It's for me, but it's
So it's really how our council wants to debate and discuss.
Right, what's the general feeling that you would like to do? Would you like to order lunch, pizza or something? And then there's no rush or pressure, so you have the day.
I took a vacation day.
It's not budget.
All my vacation this year is coming to California.
Oh, wildlife. So, we will pause the council meeting, right now and, move it to 8:03 follow it, so 10 minutes recess. back in for council meeting at 11 a.m. We are first at, we're 8.3, we're going to do the accounts. I'm going to put them on the floor first with the accounts payable listing, May 28th, 2025, for a period of May 15th to the 28th, 2025, in the amount of $186,662.57 we approved. Move to put it on the floor. Moved by Deputy Mayor Wilhelm, second by Councillor Corby. So the accounts are in front of you. If you have any questions for Tracy, the council.
There's a deal supply solar panels starting to do, what's that?
I can, answer that one.
Yeah.
So, so starting through like ether, stuff, and, solar panel, we have a water pump that's parked at Science Hill. The old Science Hill gravel that we use to fill up our water truck with, and we're having problems with the battery staying charged on it, so there's like a little solar charger that we have for it, that charges the battery. On the water pump. Yeah, I'm not sure what was working, but it was drawing power somehow. Draining the battery, so this helps keep the battery charged up. Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the accounts? All those in favor? Carried. Okay, we are at item B, 2025 proposed budget, and Tracy, I don't have you lead this. I do, like, I know you're new coming in here, and you know, you have how many years of experience or doing?
Close, 26.
Okay, that's it. So, you know, new eyes on the books, and lead us through. Floor is yours.
I guess we will start with the capital budget. It is a big line item on the operating budget, so I did do an updated little spreadsheet, maybe easier to follow. Maybe not, because but
So if we talk about the Downey landfill, I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest
All right,
in capital.
thank you.
so I guess I'll just put it on the floor. Are there any questions, any projects you'd like to discuss? You won't find that, Ken. No, I didn't bring it back because they've got 3 or 4 copies, but yeah.
Okay, who would like to start? Go ahead, Deputy.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sold on acquiring a backhoe this year. I just haven't seen a business case for it yet. And that's one I'm concerned with, maybe down the road, we have different scenarios and aren't quite so pressed, but I'd really like to see a business case, because all I've heard is that we might save $4,000 or we might save $8,000 on contractors. To spend $200,000 to save $8,000 to me is a bad investment.
For this input.
I guess the trouble with the backhoe is that it can't do a lot of our culvert work, because we, talked to Ken yesterday about, we have to get an excavator in anyway to, do most of our culvert work, because they go deeper and they're bigger, so. Yeah, I'm 50-50 on it. I know I'd love to have one on the farm, everybody would love to have one, but whether it makes total sense, with the kind of the tax rates we're looking at right now, the land rates. I wonder if it should be deferred to.
Councilor Vanessa?
The way I look at it is we have to replace the tractor, so we're gonna spend $150,000. So the question is, do we spend 50 or 60 more to get a backhoe versus a tractor? And I do believe for $50,000-$60,000, it is well worth it. There are numerous backhoes on the farms around here. When you talk to the people, it's a product that's used just on their little farm every week. It's like a forklift. It's used all the time. It gives you so much opportunity. And I personally believe our staff will have many uses for it, especially there's a thumb on the bucket, you can decrease. It's just a lot of opportunity to do things with it. So I'm in support of purchasing a backhoe and probably not repurchasing a tractor.
Dr. Ryan?
Just to clarify the earlier discussion with that, this does not replace the tractor, though, right? If we would still keep the tractor, but then once that tractor's at the end of life, we would have to rent something to replace what that tractor's doing.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's not really a $50,000 upgrade if we still have to then replace the tractor.
Councillor Jeff Bell?
My recollection was that when the package first came to us, that the tractor was going to be very close to end of life, and it came for a replacement of the tractor. And the suggestion was that we look at a backhoe. I do believe that a backhoe is going to be valuable. Looking at the paper in front of us, I'm similar to Councillor Corby. I am 50-50. I don't know if we looked at renting a backhoe this year when it's needed, trying to figure out the hours that we're using. I don't know if that's an option, but I do think it would be a valuable asset to the township.
Councillor Corrigan?
The tractor that we were talking about replacing, Ken, you think we get another 4 or 5 years out of it without spending too much on it?
That's my expectation, yes.
What value would that tractor be right now, do you think, if we just sold it outright and rented it? Like, is there a value to it, or is it?
Oh, there is, I don't know what it'd be, though, I would guess at that,
Councillor Martel?
So we purchased a gravel bucket for the front of the payloader. I'm wondering, are we doubling up a little bit? Or is there big stumps that we need, or big trees that we need to use that for? If we have a thumb for the back, or would that just use for brush and smaller things? I'm just trying to picture you guys on the side of the road, and we have a payloader, we got a backhoe, and
The loader's a lot more heavy duty, and for the big butts, the big stumps and stuff, the backhoe wouldn't have the capacity to lift that stuff. Utilized a lot for small brush and stuff, getting that cleaned up with the back part.
Just an additional comment, I agree with Councilor Bell that when this came forward, that we were led to believe that that tractor was at the end of its life and we need to replace it. But now we find out it's got 4 or 5 years, and I can't disagree with Councilman Hess, but I think it should be one or the other.
Is there any possible way to keep the tractor this year, rent the backhoe, and how often we use it? Or is
That's an option for sure, I don't know what the rental cost would be.
I'm hearing that everybody's feeling that the backhoe is something that we would like, it's like a bonus. Like it has more bells and whistles than the tractor. But I'm also hearing if the tractor can go for the next year, then maybe this would be the year that we do not purchase a backhoe, but we rent one. Have we rented before through the county?
We borrow and use the county's backhoe, sometimes we wouldn't necessarily want something like that.
Okay.
Just to be clear, if the council goes ahead with the purchase, that is something that's coming from your equipment reserve, So it won't impact the levy, but if you rent one, that's adding to your operating costs, which you could potentially get cut back from, so they have that content.
Okay, so,
I'm not suggesting you need to buy something to avoid the levy. I just want you to understand, you know, the difference.
okay, so how do you feel we're gonna go forward? Do you want to vote on this regarding the backhoe or, deputy mayor?
I'd make a motion that we defer the purchase of tobacco and revisit it in 2026. Or and see where it goes.
Okay, motion on the floor, seconded to that, Councilor Martin. Okay, we'll go around. You want a recorded vote or, oh, okay.
Can I answer one, can I have one question?
Yeah.
So if we decide not to go with the backhoe, in the budget, there will be 125,000 for the tractor still, like how are we gonna handle that going forward? Is that part of this discussion that we should have something in the budget? Shouldn't we have something in the budget? We've been through this many times over the years and then we're trying to catch up. So shouldn't we have a budget line for a replacement of something? I don't know.
Oh, for the end, do we want that tractor back in?
I guess depending on if I'm understanding the question correctly, so, within the budget, where there's money that goes from, the operating budget into equipment reserves. That's an amount we've had discussions on many times, so that's kind of an amount, so that's going into the equipment reserves. The purchase of the tractor, the replacement of the tractor, was funded by, the reserves. So it's not, it could just be deferred. And it would just show up in the 2026 budget again, if that answers the question properly. All right.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor that we defer till 2026 for the purchase of the backhoe. Seconded by Councilor Martin. All those in favor? Carried. Keep in mind, you know, talking about budget 2020. Will be, yeah. Hopefully with our.
Okay, this is done.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so if I'm looking at this right, we're at the 20%. Oh, sorry.
I see we have the 30,000 again for the Downing landfill. Maybe we can get a better understanding because that's up to 60,000. And then like a better clarification on this. I understand we have, it's right, so.
Yeah, so it's really reflective of the value of the purchase of the water rights that is being updated from when that number was originally established. So, we have used, a handful of, resources to try and evaluate what the value of this acquisition would be, whether it's from NAFTA. We've used some commercial, real estate, guides, some other, there's a professor at the University of Guelph that provides some, guidance on how to establish these values. So it's really, Deputy Mayor updating the value from when that 30 initially was budgeted.
Well, we're still not sure what the value should be.
Well, that's
so is there going to be a report or?
Yes.
You're gonna hire someone to bring that in here?
Personally, I think that, so I don't think we need to hire an appraiser, if that's what you're asking me. I think we can come up with a number that's reasonable, based on those resources. We will bring a report back to council looking for direction to proceed once we come up with an agreement.
Just so everybody knows, Councilor Vanessa is declaring pecuniary interest in here, so he's not part of the discussion, so. Just as on Zoom, they might not see that, so. I need to.
So, yeah, so for the record, many of you probably don't understand this or even have any background, but there's a property adjacent to the dam landfill whose water was contaminated by virtue of runoff from that landfill, and, Councilor Vanessa owns that farm. And so, all things being transparent, we would be negotiating agreement with Councilor Vanessa.
Councillor Marco?
And so there's been a report that's come back, or I remember talking about this last budget, what's, I guess, to Deputy Mayor or Deputy Mayor, I'll talk about why has it doubled? So it's gone from 30 to 60?
That 30 has been in the budget for a number of years, and that number has just been carried forward, but the work necessary to actually make the deal has not happened. And so when that initial number of 30 was budgeted, I'm gonna say 5 years ago,
Over 5 years ago.
that number just never been adjusted to reflect the increased value of the asset that we need to purchase. And so last year, maybe even earlier this year, last fall in any event, we've been trying to move this forward to close the loop on this because it's been kicked down the road for a number of years. And in doing so, we needed to come up with a number. So we did the evaluation, and that's the number that we came up with. I'm gonna give you a heads up and say it's probably slightly higher than that now. But that's definitely ballpark.
So the township sets the number.
Based on market, yeah. A ballpark.
For
The number will be set once we've negotiated a number. We're purchasing something from the private sector.
And the hangout has been
Resources, priorities.
If I could just add a little bit to Fred's discussion there. There was a slight increase in the size of the area as well, so there's the value of the land that's increased over time, and then as we've had more monitoring, groundwater monitoring, the engineers, because we need to get this sent through and accepted by the ministry, because we're impacting the groundwater adjacent to the landfill. So they recommended a slight increase to the area as well, so there's the value plus the increased, we're not purchasing the acreage, we're purchasing the groundwater rights for the acreage, so it's tied to the size as well.
Yeah, and then to add to that, so there's gonna be some legal costs because the deal needs, the purpose of the whole exercise is to register on title that the water on this parcel is contaminated. And that it ought not to be used for any purpose, animals or people. And so there's gonna be some legal work required related to drafting the agreement, finalizing it, and registering it on title. So 60 is the purchase of the asset, probably slightly higher, though it might be 5-ish and other administrative costs.
Going back, if it's okay with council, Tracy has pulled all of the rather important stuff. I would like to go down line by line just so that I don't get, at the end of the day, miss anything, so.
Your worship, I would just say if there's no other questions on that attenuation zone purchase, then Councilor Vanessa can re-engage.
All right.
I just want to make sure that.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we're done with the conversation about the Downey landfill, all the questions have been answered. We're gonna start back up in the office. We agree with records management that we're going to need to invest in the new there. I don't see any. Yes, I left one on the desk.
Sorry, can you say that again?
This one, so there's a capital, I'm working off the old one, sorry.
Oh, okay.
So there's a capital sheet in front of you, line by line for the admin, these are the things that are measured that were pulled out. So record management, we are in agreement with 35,000. Go ahead,
Can
Mark.
we just touch on what that is? That's digitizing our records, correct? Okay, and it's a requirement right now for.
So I can answer that. It's been a requirement for a long time that we need to have a better filing system, and as our workforce has been ebbing and flowing over the last few years. We've really, been, realizing that having a proper system, filing system, and having the records digitized is an important piece of our history. We just have never had enough staffing, because it falls under the clerk's department, me. And it is not a very, it's not something you can do in a day or two. So we've put some money in there. We want to start down this road. Part of the start of the project is to just even come up with a proper file naming system. It's a really big job. And then, so $35,000 gets us started on that. Even just to come up with a plan as to how we would approach this. We are a small team. We need to keep the records of the corporation intact. We have a lot of historical information that gets referenced on a regular basis. And it's important that it doesn't get lost in the paper shuffle. So,
So just to clarify, that 35,000 is used for help to do this, or is this software?
so we're using it to come up with a plan as to how we're gonna start. This is just the tip of the iceberg. This is not the full cost of this, so
How does it come up with a plan, like hire a consultant, or what does
We're not
35,
even sure.
I just wonder where the number of 35,000 came from.
between my hands.
Threw it out there.
I honestly.
We're gonna start somewhere.
Yes,
Okay.
this has been on my
I just wonder where it's going, where this money.
So it was in the budget last year. We brought it forward again. It's very time-based as to what staffing is on the go. I'm hoping that this year I can actually start it. I have an election again next year. Already that is impacting my workload. At a staff level, we've been discussing moving this forward because it is an important piece. We are so far behind other municipalities who already have, you may have heard the system called OMRIMS. It's an indexing system that a lot of it's municipally based, and it's a system that a lot of municipalities use to keep care of their records. We are subject to freedom of information requests. It would be a lot easier if we didn't have to just say, can you guys look at your office and see if you have anything with regards to this? It is not something that has been a top priority because it always gets moved down.
And I was not questioning of it in any way, just if this was budgeted last year and it wasn't done, and we budgeted again this year, what's been moving forward? Tracy?
Yes, Tracy, man, she said, I can't believe you don't have it. And I've been going insane for 3 months.
It's largely about capacity, and the truth of the matter is that this entire exercise is gonna be contracted out because we don't have the resources to be able
That
to.
was my question.
And so it's going to involve not just before we start scanning, we need something to scan into. We need a document management / DMS framework architecture for us to navigate documents, to save documents, to organize documents, to respond to statutory compliance issues. So without mincing words, this is going to be fully contracted out because we don't have the expertise or the resources to do it. We have some statutory obligations to do it. We just haven't had the resources in-house and, the urgent overtakes the important. So it's just never been something that we could move forward. We're running out of runway.
Like, sorry, I don't have a proper plan. There is, the intention to bring a report forward once we have a better idea of how we're going to start the process. So I apologize for not being a little more clear. Me too, Jamie, me too. Councilor Marco.
Listening to you, it seems like it was it's gonna be a fully contracted out, endeavor. So where would $35,000 go to then? If we're gonna just, like, that just finds a firm to do this, or how does that work?
We could potentially start with an RFP to retain a consultant to put a plan together for us on, process, hardware, software, timelines. So I mean, I don't think we need to spend all of that on a plan, but we do need a plan. And it may be that we can lean on our current software IT contractor to see if they can figure something out for us, but it could be, this is gonna be by the time this is over, it's gonna be 3 times 35, is my expectation. I mean, it's a 5-year plan.
And the physical stuff is still down at the old municipal, or is like?
Some of it is, so half of the old town hall, well, it's about 700 square feet is really storage of historic documents. And I don't think most, we go to limit say, I don't think most of that is to be kept. I think part of the exercise is gonna be going through and seeing what can be shredded. Like, we're just not gonna randomly scan everything that doesn't need to be scanned. The prime documents are actually in this building. And part of the exercise of reevaluating the space here is that storing paper is very expensive. If you calculate the square footage value of this building, probably a third of it is going to storage of paper, which is very expensive. So that's part of the exercise. We'll eventually bring you something a little bit more, better conceived, but in terms of allocating the budget, that's the starting.
So council is okay with putting 35,000 in records management? Office renovations, do you want to speak to that?
Oh, sure. So we have brought, a report to council previously, along with some design work that was done. It's related to better using this space to create some meeting space outside of this room, as well as, improving the customer, staff interface out there. Reevaluating some of the space, called the bullpit, where, our staff sits is sort of cobbled together. We would like to have a co-op student regularly, and we have, but we don't have the space for that. So dealing with the fact that we don't have much storage here, it's really just reimagining this footprint in a more efficient way. We have brought reports to council previously. Martin retained a designer and brought a design to council, which provides a bit of a layout.
Councilor Martin?
So I see the benefit of this. I can see how efficiency would help. I'm thinking this is something that also we should look at deferring, because as we move the records out of here, we'll get a better idea of the space and how can you imagine, and I think just the cost that we're doing, unfortunately, is not a necessity to keep things running this year, so. I'd like to see it moved 8 months forward to our next budget, discussion.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, so when we reimagined the space, the area that we were thinking of as a meeting room currently is file storage, and we imagined that gone with the record management. So we did take into consideration records management when we were designing the space. Also, our server currently is in probably not the most secure area, and so we were looking at things like that as well to make put it in a better spot. I mean, we're a small organization, we have a lot of, very trustworthy employees, but if something were to happen, it would be something that we are trying to mitigate.
you know, there's no one decided that, right, I don't know. But,
And I want to be sensitive to the fact that I understand this is very important to staff, and I want staff to know that I do value you, and that it is not anything about a disrespect for this, and I know there's value in it, but we also didn't see any plans that talk about rejigging this space without moving walls. Right, because there still is opportunities within a building to move things around for greater efficiency, as it may be sitting similar to where it was built in the first place, right, where we are the offices being used to their fullest potential. Do we have flat spaces? Is there a way we can do this without $100,000 renovation?
So I don't think the proposal moves walls.
Where is?
Creates a wall there. Create some walls, but I don't think we're moving any walls.
I meant that as a broad, my point.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
as a.
No, because
like
that's
a
additional cost.
physical
Sure.
renovations of creative.
Sure. And it's not a project that is being funded from the levy, so there's no impact on the levy because there is a reserve fund identified to fund deficiencies like those that are proposed. So I'll just share that for your consideration.
Sorry, just one last piece.
Yeah.
Just to speak to that efficiency, that is a very broad fund that we can use for many other things, right? So like I respect it comes out of that fund, but that's money we then can't use for some other efficiency, which is such a bigger bucket than a lot.
Sure, and I guess my answer to that is that's why you're counting on your staff to provide recommendations on where we would see the biggest bang for your efficiency buck. So if you see it somewhere else, that's totally your call.
Just curious, can the building department fund that? Because the building department has some money.
That's not what that money can do.
Okay.
So that's what.
Unless it's gonna be Martin, only Martin's area. then
Yeah,
yes.
so that would fall under a non-discretionary reserve, which is prescribed on how you can use it. Renovation is not one of the options.
Okay, so I'm at office renovation of $100,000. Do we want to keep it in the budget or not? I'm having one big question, no. Do we need to vote on it or how do we want to go around?
Just one question, on the sheet, you have it as deferred revenue.
Because, at some point it was set up as a reserve, but it's not a reserve. It's technically money the government gave you. So it's a deferred revenue that you have to report when you use it, so that's why so that's for me actually tracking where it's coming from.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. So no impact to the levy, comes from funding that we were given by the government. We want to keep it in for 100,000. Yes, yes, no,
Yes.
yes, yes. Counselor, huh?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna leave it in. We are at building department software, 17,750.
That's, I believe he gets a better deal on his new software if he pays it all at once, so that'll come out of the reserve, his reserve this year. But half it will go to a prepaid expense, so then it will go into next year.
Okay, so everybody comfortable with that software for Martin? Okay, we're at the police cruiser, and I have a question right off the bat on that one. In the report that Lizette sent us, I believe at this point we have to save for a car for every 3 years. And from what I understand, we have to then, the car is ours. So in the past, St. Mary's has apparently taken their car back and used it, repurposed it somewhere else. And I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think we sold ours before, or is this the first time we're in that cycle of buying?
I did speak to the chief on this, and he said the cost of the car is, with the trade-in value of the old car used against it.
But
So it
I'm,
reduces the overall cost by X number of dollars.
but I'm stunned, because in that report, it said something like, you could put it out for 10,000, you might get 5,000, and I'm like, well, we should just take the car back then and not necessarily repurpose it for us, but we could sell it on gov deals. I feel a car that you forked over $80-some thousand for should be worth more than 5,000 to 10,000 at the end of 3 years. What am I missing?
I'm just gonna be devil's advocate. Did his report, like what you're saying is this has a trade-in off of it, so probably more like 95,
Yeah.
let's say. Did his report say that if we got it back, we'd get maybe 5 or 10 and then we paid more? I can't remember exactly what the word was. So this was Deputy Chief Foster.
Yeah.
It was just an email response, and he basically said he puts the trade-in value as part of our expenses, so he reduces. But he said typically it's been around 10, and this time it's the trade, he's been finding that the trade-in values have not been as high as that, so he's lowered it to 5. That's as much detail as he gave me, so.
I couldn't remember exactly how it was.
For a 3-year-old vehicle.
It doesn't make sense to me.
I don't like it. Yeah.
Is there any way we can clarify that? I mean,
Can I buy it?
Yeah.
I'll see you for those things ago, and I'll get it. But I do think this works, so thank you all the. To give you sense.
Well, I'm not sure which of these vehicles, but I do know Stratford utilizes gov deals to dispose of their equipment.
Yes.
So I'm expecting that the police vehicles are the same as their public works vehicles, whatever, so it would go on gov deals, get the best price they could. Anybody would be able to buy it, those are gov deals.
So they're saying this could potentially be like 150,000?
No,
I don't think so.
I think, if I can, I think that, basically they're indicating a $5,000 or $10,000 trade-in, so that would increase your cost, say, 10,000 to 94,000 on vehicle on your capital purchase.
But we could potentially take the vehicle back.
That's something, yeah, I'm sure we could speak to them and definitely go forward with it and see where it lands.
Councilor Kirby?
Yeah, we need some more clarity before we decide what's going on. It seemed a little odd, that's all. We asked for more clarity.
Councilor Martin?
Can we take it back and sell it to the building department for $100,000? No, he's easy going.
Yeah, but he's not stupid.
I know speaking with the chief, he said that's an option that we can certainly take the vehicle and send to St. Mary's Hills and we could take the vehicle and do whatever we want with it basically. And not get, pay the higher capital costs.
So can we send this back for clarification on what the vehicle costs us? Because at this point, they've given us this bill of 84,000, but that's with the trade-in. But we feel the trade-in's low, so maybe we should take the vehicle back, like St. Mary's does. And we will find a purpose for it, or we will call it off. And then we have to find out what that real number is. At this point, this is, seems even high for me for a vehicle, but I'm sure extra police vehicles that bells and whistles the part. So can I send that back to staff to look at? We're at transportation. Ken, do you want to lead us through all the?
Sure, okay, yeah, go through. So, the first, 4 there are, part of the tender that we've, joined in with the county for line 29 recycling and, paving. So looking at those as one project, the tender came in, under budget. And then the next one is line 4, the project we, had on the county tender today. And that one came in, slightly over budget. So those two were, those projects were pre-approved through council. Culvert 61. That is a joint project with West Perth. And it's out for tender, we're included in a bunch of their other work right now, because it's a small, little repair type of project. And Culvert 108. That one was tendered and awarded to Davis Construction. They're gonna hopefully start, once the in-water work's got to be done, so that's mid-July. Or so that's shortly after.
Ken, can I just ask, we only got gas tax of $118,000?
Yeah.
Taken from the detail sheets that were done right around.
I'm pretty sure that's the exact number.
Yeah,
It seems rather low to me, but
I think it's been going down every year.
Councilor Corby?
Ken, which culvert is on 141?
I believe it's between,
No, but what's the culvert name that we're replacing on 141?
I'm not sure it has a name.
Oh. Is it 141 off the Whalen line, that one we were talking about?
So the,
Oh, you're talking about Bradford Drain, you talking about?
Yeah, Rathburn. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't say culvert. Oh, okay, all right. Sorry. Thanks.
sorry, yeah.
All right,
We can double check that gas tax, but I'm pretty sure that's the number I got.
Yeah, I assume that's our full amount,
That's
because
the amount we
it's
got.
used on the detail sheets.
Pretty sure I got it off the notice that's what you're supposed to get.
okay. Go ahead, sorry.
So if we stop there, that's the road and culvert stuff. If we look at the top four items there, that's line 29 and road 125 that we're replacing there. We had budgeted 1,052,700 for that. The tender came back at 708,000 plus HST. I have no clue how much that is. We're about $340,000 for the good there. It's a township. The last tender we just received today is for line 4. We're approximately $30,000 on the wrong side of that to our estimate. So we have about $300,000 right now in capital expenses that we will not have. So the question we have is, I guess we have three options. We can look for another project to spend $300,000 on. We can take that off of the levy, or we can put that into reserves. And that's just something we have to look at as council.
So I agree, and the estimates came in, but the reality came back, it worked in our favor. So Councilor Vanessa does have a point. What would council, Tracy, what are you?
I can look it out that it wasn't quite, if you think of around 200, because you said there were some others.
Yeah, if I can add to that, so we've got our own costs that weren't included in the tender.
Yeah.
That's correct, but those costs are already taken care of somewhere else. Because when that,
In the
when in
staff.
operating staff, because when that tender went out, it was simply this job. The gravel, the line was already, it should be somewhere else in our budget.
I agree.
Right. So that shouldn't be added on to this tender. So in my opinion, the question is, we are somewhere around $300,000, give or take a little bit, because of HST, that we have a choice to do with as council. I know in the past, we went out and got another project. We may be a little bit late in the year for that. I don't know if you want to take it off levy, that's a possibility, some of it, or put some of it into reserves for next year, so we can do some more projects.
Councilor Martin?
I would support taking this off the budgeted lines, because those were numbers that came to us through an engineer, but they're not hard in fact, right? So they've come in lower, that's great, let's say we take the win and just reduce those budget lines for this go round. I don't want to see it go into reserve, we just have less buying power with it next time around. So that's what we're.
Okay, Councillor Corbin?
1 year, I would think, Ken, maybe before this council, we went to Branco and asked if they could do some more paving, like top coatings. I think that year we spent over 600,000, and we had money left over from projects, and it's something we have to do anyway, and I just wondered if there's a road that needs to be top coated next year. If Branco would, if we spoke to them and say, would you top coat? Like, it takes a project out of next year, or I should put it in the bank for next year, one or the other. So the one the same, but the costs aren't gonna go down from year to year.
Yeah, just to follow, I think there's some roads just down here, we need to get some surface asphalt on. Soon, so we can find some
Deputy
projects.
Mayor?
Two questions. The Branco pricing is quite good, right? For asphalt.
Yeah.
And, so I would agree with Councilor Corby that, perhaps you could look at, a section of road that we could cover with this and, discuss it with Branco to see if, we can continue with that.
The levy to me still seems quite high, and I'm kind of wondering if we could do a
Can we
hybrid.
leave some of these decisions, this is a major decision.
Yeah.
Can we leave a couple of these till we get to the end?
Yeah.
Is that on, and I don't think that.
Decision might be for us.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Year for that, okay.
So I believe we deferred the backhoe.
Okay.
Then, the next one is, replacing our older zero-turn mower. Then the remaining stuff is municipal drains. Some of the municipal drain projects may happen this year, may not, it depends a lot on the engineers and the timing and everything, so the Hawkins drain, I expect it will go out for tender soon. That's a project through West Perth. So, and then that's for replacing a culvert on our Boundary Road line 12. So it should go out for tender soon. West Perth's been slower on, this project's been slow on as a drain goes. And then it depends on the contractors, but I would expect it will happen.
Quarter revision is in 2 weeks for the.
Yeah, so that's the stage that they're at, and after quarter revision, it should go out for tender. The Rathburn drain, so that's the one on road, that road 142. Over off the Blaine line that serves, the agricultural properties, in behind, we've had some discussions on. The Sprea Mosher drain, they had a pre-construction meeting and they're starting that any day. Ewan drain. Not 100%.
McEwen and Thompson is not on line 26.
Yeah, McEwen and Thompson,
Line 29, sorry.
McEwen and Thompson are together, or in my mind, they're close by anyway. There's those two projects. Barber is, we just received the engineer's report on the Barber. And the Benner was awarded, that's the one over by Mill Line, we awarded that to Hammond Hamilton, and I know they plan on doing that work. This fall, I believe, and so these numbers came out of the engineer's reports. This is what we're considering the capital costs, which is the catch basins, the road crossings. There's an additional cost for some of them in the operating budget for our acreage component, so just for our land on drain downstream type of work, so.
So do you break the special assessment down into both of those?
Correct, special assessment is the capital, what we're calling capital work, and then the regular assessment is the is, because there's no asset, for that, it's just, our road acreage, paying for all the downstream usage, so.
Any questions for Ken regarding any of those? Councilor Marco?
The zero turn, is that, updated numbers, that seems pretty low to me.
But
Don't get much for $12,000.
no, well, and like historically, the mowers we've been getting are the lower class type ones. The two we have now are, I shouldn't say lower class, but they're Kubota zero turn mowers, but they don't have the diesel engines and stuff, I guess.
Residential mowers.
More residential style, gas powered ones, so they're not as expensive as the big ones. I'm not, without getting a quote, I'm not sure how close that is, but I don't think it's real far off, maybe a little.
Any more questions regarding transportation items for Ken, roads, drains? I think we're gonna come back then to what potentially could be a savings of 300,000 for expenditure. Facilities, we talked about the down in landfill, we're going on to the Stephenville on variant. We have $5,000 in the budget for that.
Does that, end up coming back to the township, from the Stephenville cemetery?
It was, earmarked to come from the reserve that we have sitting, in our books.
In the cemetery, you said?
Yeah. I'm assuming that came from there, and it's not so old, yeah.
Yeah, and I can add a bit to that, that's, just to get some design work done. The idea is that, I think council had inquired about it, getting some additional stuff there, so the area at the front of the cemetery. Designs, we figure out how many, and then as we start getting columbariums, if we get the design approved, I guess, we can start putting columbariums in to match the plan, instead of just picking spots here and there, with the design, so that's just to get started, and ideally, the cost for the columbariums will get reimbursed as they get sold, right, that'll be included in the sale price, so it's temporarily funded, I guess, from the reserve until they start selling. And that should help cover the cost of the capital, for that.
Everybody comfortable with that? Okay, so now we're at the electronic signs for Perth and Woodland Community Center and St. Paul's. I'm just gonna ask Councillor Jeff Bell if the office building is still interested in electronic sign.
We've had very minor discussion regarding it. It's, our view is that it's a nice to have for the, not just for the Optimus Club, but for the area in general, because we can advertise other things like, the family day, all those type of events. Is it needed? I don't think so, but it's nice to have.
I'm just gonna comment too, like the cost of 25,000, it's really more like 75 or 80,000 in the end, all coming in. So I believe Kirkton Woodland definitely wants one, but I'm a little concerned, like we'd have to make sure that Mosh wants one. Go ahead, Deputy.
Yeah, Mosh does not have anything in their budget this year. However, conversation, they would not be opposed to putting them in their budget next year. And also, there's a number of groups that have committed to fundraise money there also to reduce the costs, so.
So it's like a third.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, but I think the 25 would be probably our portion, if it was split, yeah.
But it sounds like we could defer it till next year because that's what Mosh is doing.
Well, I know that the board would like to go ahead with this because even if it's in this budget, there's a good chance it won't be out till next year anyways. But by the time you get an RFP out and all the approvals and everything, but I know the board would certainly like to continue on with it.
All right. Council Jeff,
I think when this first came out, did we not ask for this to go for RFP to get an idea of pricing? Did we get anything back?
I'd like to see Fred here, but we got something back, and I know at first, when they first made their proposal, we had to make sure that we could even get permission online on Highway 23. And I do believe they got the permission, so, but then it was a matter of who actually owns that, is it the Optimist Club, is it Woodham Community Center, is it us, is it Mosh? So it is a collaborative effort that everybody needs to be on board. So the final cost of it, I don't think we've done an RFP for it.
Pretty sure there's no official RFP that I know of.
Should we put an RFP out? Councilor Marco?
I remember they presented to us, I don't remember how long it was, but, I want to go that one. I feel like, I don't know if we've had any answers until then, so I don't know if that's our responsibility to be sending out RFPs on behalf of Mosh and the Optimists and the groups over there. In my view, it should be us driving what's going on there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we have to, put it out, we manage the area, the complex, we're tasked with, basically operating it, and, we have groups that assist us in the operation, day-to-day operation, but overall, Perth South has taken on the responsibility for that complex. And, ownership wise, I would think that, it would end up, push came to shove 50-50 for Mosh and 50% for South as far as ownership.
Councilor Martin?
So it doesn't sound to me that either of these projects would move forward this year. We're not quite ready for that. And I don't like to see us collect $50,000 from the ratepayers for money that we are actually gonna use, right? 25 for each of those. Just gathering that on a high levy year, just, is.
It's just, yeah, it's not in that 1.3. I kind of gathered from the other conversations we had, it wasn't gonna happen, so I left it on there to earmark it, but if we added in, it's gonna be another
It would be
50,000.
intentional,
Yeah.
$50,000. Okay, so, on that, I'd have to defer to next year.
Can I just clarify something, like, should we be talking about these separately? Like, I feel like Woodham is got a better chance of getting on a sign, wants it versus this one over here. So, okay, first of all, let's go to the St. Paul's electronic sign, do we want to move forward with that? No, okay, so we're not gonna go forward with the electronic sign for St. Paul's. Do we want to leave the electronic sign in for the Kirkton Woodham Community Center, Councilor Corview?
Yeah, it's not in the levy, but, I think when those people were, they were here, I think Fred and them were gonna work together on an RFP, it just hasn't gone anywhere. But, it doesn't cost anything to put an RFP out. I think it should move along myself. Kirkton really wants it and you got people fundraising for it, so why would we pull back and not progress on it? I think we should.
Councilor.
Can we still put an RFP out without earmarking for this year? Yeah, so we can still move forward, put an RFP to fund it next year, as Mosh will also fund it next year.
And we could also, we do have that 200 savings in, the road, we could, just move 25,000 down and still have that funding for this year to be set aside or, so that's just an option because you did find savings in the road, so.
I think it's gonna cost more than $25,000.
I'm just saying that would be our force, like I'm not putting the whole amount yet, just so, yeah, but.
Deputy Mayor.
I know we would have some very upset people at Kirkton if we don't have it in the budget. So we can make a decision once we receive an RFP, when we would go ahead, if we were gonna go ahead then. But I think we need to continue on with it.
Councilor
Have we looked at the ongoing costs of this sign, and then also who keeps up with the software? Because these are essentially giant computers on sticks, right? So they're very costly to continue to maintain, and we would take that over as part of our asset management with Mosh 50/50. So this is a much bigger investment than $25,000.
And I think that was the whole idea of the RFP, was to get the cost, the nominal cost of the sign, cost of installation, and the cost of operation. I think that was all gonna have to be in the RFP.
I'm pretty convinced it's 25,000 for this year and 25,000 for next, really. Go ahead.
I think we have to move ahead. We've got lots of money in the different reserves. We're talking about 25,000 here. Let's not hold back a process that people are fundraising for out of the Kirkton. Like, I mean, they've got a strong community out there. Why would we? I think you gotta move it.
Councilor Devon?
I absolutely agree with Councilor Cordy. I see this as a benefit to the community, to the community center. I think they're located in the right place, for that sign. So I think it's gonna be a big benefit. And, you know, people are already working there, towards it, so I don't want to see it sold.
I don't want to see them holding it back. I also do want to have maybe some clarification on the third, like, there's fundraising efforts, they can get a tax receipt for it, it is a municipal asset, so there might be businesses that would put money forward. Go ahead.
We have over 300,000 sitting in the economic development reserve, and to me, you could certainly pull it out of there if you needed to. Shouldn't be an issue. That 300,000 been sitting there for how many years?
Okay, so based on what I'm hearing is that we're going to do it. Leave it in for 25,000 for the Kirkton Center. We're gonna fund it through the Economic Development Reserve. Are we okay with that? Councilor Vanessa?
I'm okay with the 25,000, but I don't want that to be 25,000 for the next 4 years.
One time?
For the time being, can we have an RFP?
There you go, thank you.
Prove it in theory then.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Just a question, I guess my main concern is what has happened since the gentleman had come to ask about this sign. I'm gonna say over a year ago, maybe even longer than that. So I guess I understand that there's a group that wants it, I'm for that, but what's going on in that lifetime?
I think we have to have some work where we're doing some work on building our understanding of memorandum of understanding with the Kirkton Community Center itself. So we're recognizing that we all need to work together, but there has to be some, this is your lane, this is our lane. And there was a bit of a misunderstanding a while ago with myself. Honestly, I think that, as Fred had alluded to before, sometimes it's what's the biggest fire that's burning. And for a while there, we were really narrowing down on this relationship to clarify that. And Bob, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we're not at a signed memorandum of understanding.
No, I think what one of the biggest delays was that we didn't have a treasurer. And so the budget was at a standstill, and, you know, we're probably here where we should have been in January, and 6 months later, so the sign really hasn't, it's just part of the rest of the budget that's sat there and no one's fault, but it needs to be moved forward.
All right. Okay, Okay, so moving forward with that, water. New well, St. Paul.
Yeah, that was previously funded and now, being funded again up to 160.
Did we not send this back and look at again?
Those some tenders are going out soon, right?
Well, it's kind of, I haven't got tenders going out because just waiting for the we're budget stuff, before, but, yeah, so it went out. We were under budgeted, so we've come back now and collect, increase the budget amount, adding to last year's amount to get that project going.
So we have to read it in,
My opinion, we need to get that work done, yeah, well, it's, there was some real pressure, stuff recently happened and it could have been connected to some of the scale coming off that well piece and getting into where we have the well.
okay. Let's see, where are we going to go next? Well, I guess if you want to go line by line. For the detail sheets. I had two of them, so this could be the one, this one could have the yellow.
Yeah, is it the 10.27? Yeah.
I don't think everybody can have a green copy. Maybe. If you do one.
It will be on your agenda if you don't have a hard copy.
Usually, if it is the one that. And you have a hard copy, right?
I can go make hard copies, sir.
No, I just.
Nope, nope.
I can go make a hard copy.
Yep, anybody else?
Yeah, if you want.
Sure.
It depends if it's different.
Not, you can do it, huh?
Is it?
I'll make notes on it.
The kind of different is it than the one that we were provided with?
It's gonna be different. Okay, we went through it line by line, senior management and.
Well, let's pause the meeting, and Fred had gone out to get considered monthly something, so, hopefully he'll be back soon and we'll come back at it. With hard copies.
So we're on pause now.
back after lunch here, and we are going to start on, going through the budget line by line. Tracy, do you want to start at taxation?
I guess I can. So, any, little different amount of revenue this year for this budget is I've included a bit of supplemental revenue. Because, with all the building that's going on, we should be getting, you know, the 2 commercial buildings, the liquidation and,
Express ones.
yeah, those should be coming on this year as a sub. So that's, I mean, it's coming, so we might as well put a little bit in there to bring the tax rate down a bit. That's probably a little over 1% right there. Other than that, not much else has changed. I budget a little differently. I use the PILs as, to help tax rate.
Payment loop.
Yeah, so, yeah, payment moves, I use those to calculate the tax rate, so that they help in the residential rate. So, and there are some things that aren't shared, so when you see the own purposes, that would be anything that's considered, tax class CF, CG. I can't remember all off the top of my head. You don't have to give the education, you collect it, you don't have to give it, so that when you see that only payment new own purposes, that would be us keeping the, taxing somebody, but keeping the, school portion.
Tracy, can you explain payment loop?
Oh, payment in lieu are for provincial or federal properties, utility corridors. They're not, they don't have to pay taxes, so they pay it in lieu of being on our property taxes, so, the federal ones, you actually have to send a report and say, this is what how the property is assessed at, and they can pay what you say or not, so it's just a different way of taxing, provincial or federal utility properties.
Questions? Okay, seeing none, we move on to the non-department level. Any comments? I guess people have been screwing.
We noticed.
Non-department.
Yeah, so the next one is, I went back, Jim and I discussed this, I went back and got the last 5 years average of the POA and used that as revenue. I noticed that we had not been using that as a revenue source, previously, so, Jim questioned if maybe we should have that a little higher. I kind of did a little, calculation, and that's what I came up with, so.
I think last year was an extremely high level, and it's
Yeah,
not gonna stay that.
no, last year we were at 52, almost 53.
That's not gonna stay that.
In 20, we were 25, 21, we were 36, 22, we were 22, 23, we were 30, almost 32, so I might even be a little high, but I was getting a guesstimate there. The boundary, Ken and I looked at that, we had it at 5%, Jim came in, the tax rate was 5.46, so if I adjust those numbers, it increases by about $3,000, so. I've got a little, I tracked all those things that I brought the tax rate down to 9.95 with some of the stuff we found, if we agreed to change it in this meeting. So that one was a bit of an increase. If there's any questions on the non-departmental?
Keep going.
Faster.
Yeah, if there's any questions on mayor and council, obviously the increase to, the salaries due to the, increase in the base rent. Other than that, tried to go through and see where we had not been spending money and getting rid of it.
Councilor Dennis?
Just a little question on the first page, where are we here? Under purchase services, we have, I know it's a small amount, but that's how we get to a big amount. We have a telephone for $720 in the budget last year. We did not use any of it.
It is the mayor's phone and it just was, coded wrong. It's been reallocated now that I'm looking at 2024.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, just one note. Once the budget software brought forward for the 2025 budget, it hard coded whatever was in there for 2024. So if you don't see numbers or something, just ask me. I brought an actual update because stuff has been, fixed or changed or actually invoiced.
Then you get a phone?
I think I get money for work or something. Yeah, sorry, I should have said phone, yeah.
So, the mayor of council is, given a $60 a month stipend towards their personal use. So, we've paid that 3 years now. That's under the policy that we have for council.
Property rentals here.
What page?
One general government.
So in Jan go, keep mine, you know.
On page 107 or 2? Just last year you had 500 and now you're. Oh, yeah, cause it's one of the ones I removed because we never used it. Yeah, yeah.
Question here on investment income. Bank, last year we brought in 430, this year we're looking at 425. Are we assuming interest rates will stay approximately the same there?
I wanted to bring it up, but I didn't wanna be, like you said, we wanna have a meeting on our investments and everything, so, I just kinda wanted to be a little, we can't up that, totally.
Do we have more funds in reserves now than we had in 2024?
Our investments have stayed the same, so we haven't changed them, but, I'm not sure what we're planning, so. I mean, definitely we could add, yeah, 5,000 there or whatever, so it's council's decision, so.
I would actually like us to review all of the reserves and have the staff potentially clean it up, and then potentially we could talk about our investment income. We're in safe funds like GICs, but we should potentially have a report for everyone. Councilor Ness?
On the very bottom on page 3 of 7 there, conference and conventions. Over the last few years, we've never used more than 4,500. Could we drop that 7,500 down to 4,500 for 2025?
I'm not sure, what conferences, admin staff usually go to, so.
Is that admin or council?
That's admin.
That's admin. Okay.
That would be if Fred went to chemo or, Rona with council, or it would be, treasurer probably going to the NFOA conference, Lizette going to the AMCPO conference. Good roads, those kind of things. I'm not sure historically what staff goes to what, so. I did bring it down a little, but maybe not enough.
Well, it's just we haven't used it in the past, that's all I'm asking.
I think 2024 probably didn't use because I think it's the turnover of staff and things, but,
What's the feeling of council? Knock it down or keep it the way it is, or? I know it can goes to good roads, you know, Rebecca used to go to, hence would be under the transportation, but
yeah.
We can afford 5,000.
The only one I go to is AMC2, and I haven't been for the last few years, and I would have gone this year. But I'm out west, so. I did find it helpful because, and I'll probably go next year. Because they do, especially when it's not election year, they do a lot of focused workshops on elections, but I find next year. Most of that work will be done, so I'll go next year actually. So, doesn't matter to me.
Councilor Martin.
I guess the benefit of being halfway through the year already is I'm wondering if staff kind of has a feeling of conference attendance for the next 6 months. Is it gonna be kind of similar to last year?
Brother, are you gonna tell me going?
Maybe some Paris. Yeah, I mean, I don't make a habit of going unless there is something on the agenda that is on our work plan. Or sometimes what happens is the county will organize audiences with the minister where they will want us to come and support. You know, that's when I would consider going, but I don't have plans to go to any conferences this year.
I think in the last few years, Rebecca was attending a lot of financial type of conferences like the MFOA, but she also attended administrator conferences as well. So I guess Tracy, it's up to you. Are you gonna be attending a lot of conferences? Probably MFOA, but yeah, that'd be about it for me. Yeah, so.
We could, we'll share. Yeah,
We could
let's
go.
lower it to 5 and just call it a day.
One thing that once Leland is actually like a tax collector, probably would benefit from going to the opera conference, because that's where you really learn on your peers, so.
We can always know it next year.
Okay, page 4 of 7, anybody? After that?
2/3 of the way down page professional. We have legal in there, and legal comes up a whole bunch of times now, so it looks like that's been separated out into different areas. And I'm just wondering, is it better to separate out like we have, or just one lump sum? Like, for instance here, we budgeted 8,000, 24, we used $81, and now we're budgeting 4,000. And that happens consistently through some of the other areas as we move on. And if it's something we haven't used, why are we doing 4,000? Like, we could say, well, need it, do we need it here, do we need transportation, do we need it in building, do we need it in everything else? Like, to have a little bit of buffer is fine, but have buffer in every.
That's totally council's decision, it's usually in separate departments, so you can track what each department costs you, like, if you get a bylaw hearing, if you get an EA hearing, different things are gonna be in different departments, but yeah, it's, yeah, that's, we'll be in the council.
What's the feeling of council? Do you want to leave it separated out or how it runs?
I don't care leaving it out, but then if we're gonna leave them separate like that, I mean.
I guess it's just easier on her end if something does happen, she knows where to put it. No?
That's fine, but I don't, we total them all up for $25,000-$30,000. Right, so I'm fine, I should have just 15 blanket or 20 blanket, then just saying 4 here, 3 there. I understand tracking, but we're looking at a worst case scenario for every department.
I don't think that every department has a legal.
Just about.
What gets done for $81, that's what I'm.
Sure, like, what's their name?
Yeah. Or email. If this is under general government, then I think this would probably be the place that we put it, and then we would get it out, all the other departments that it's in.
Yeah, it's a matter of preference, so. Accounting likes to say, you've got this in your department for your legal, then you're tracking it, then you know when you're using it, you know how much you have left. Corporately, does it make sense to have one legal account to cover any legal needs of the corporation? It's really a matter of preference. The accountants like to attach expenses to cost centers, that's how you track it. If you're asking me, I think it makes sense to keep them separated out per potential customer, so to speak. If it doesn't matter to the council how it appears in the books, our preference would be to leave it the way it is.
Any other questions? Councilor Martin?
I'm just curious, we have this $8,000 highlight in the computer maintenance and enhancements.
That was a question, by Councilor Vanessa. He was wondering why it went up, and some of staff, in our meeting, we want to go forward with a new payroll platform. So we increased that a bit to get the
get it going, get the initial software, get whatever we have to do to get the guys using it on their phones or
Yeah.
what we're
So
gonna do.
the HR platform is part of the council's strategic plan.
Mhm.
And so we were anticipating some implementation costs. That's a budget estimate.
Yeah, it totally makes sense, I just didn't put that together into each other. Go ahead.
Yeah, two things. I'd like to see us drop legal on this down to $2,000. And consulting is 63,000. The only consulting I know of is
So-
30,000.
So if you go down, if you go back to your revenue, there's a 63 transfer from reserve. That offsets that, so it's a zero impact on the budget. That is the, building condition assessment, website improvement that has been on the books as a one time, like, it's been on a while, so it's a transfer from reserve and a expense.
But, and I don't have a problem with how you track it. The problem I have is that you say it comes out of reserves. Well, it does come out of reserves, but how can you get into reserves? It comes from the left. And so that's where I have a problem, is that everything that comes out of the reserves has been put in there from the levy. So whether you put it in this year or you put it in 10 years ago, it still came out of the levy. So I just have I feel it's a misnomer to say it's coming out of reserves and doesn't affect the levy. It has previously or will in the future for the reserves.
I absolutely agree, but if I leave it on as an expense because we have to do it, then you're upping the levy 2%. This was in the budget already, it was in last year, it carried forward. I don't budget this way, I don't budget one-time items in my operating budget. It's usually in the capital budget, it might not be a capital item, but it's identified on what reserve you had set up for that, so let's say this building condition assessment, like we really should have a facility reserve, so that we're saving to fix our assets, our facilities, like we have a pool now, we have buildings. So then you could identify that, we've set money aside for facilities, that's where that thing should be coming from. So I left it, because I wasn't sure how else to do it, because this assessment has already, building set has already been approved, so I don't know how to do it without not affecting the tax rate by expensing it, but not having some revenue to offset it, so,
But that was what, 30,000 for the building assessment?
Yeah.
So we're still 33 over.
well, there's 25 for the website has been earmarked to be updated. And then there was 3,600 for the budget software update or something. I just carried, they were in the budget software as a one-time item that we carried forward because, they were already earmarked, so, I mean, we could certainly take out the website for this year, because it's probably not gonna happen, because like Fred said, we don't have the capacity of staff to do any of this stuff, so. But anyways, yeah, so if you'd like to see it a different way, I just carried forward the way it was, because going forward next year, this kind of stuff will be on the capital budget, because it's a one-time item, it should not be in operating budget, I agree with you, yeah.
So how do you wanna go forward?
Well, for this year, we have to get this building condition assessment, so
Yeah.
that's where it was earmarked, that's where we're leaving.
And we're moving the legal down to 2,000.
Yes.
Sorry, you said the website is not likely to get done, and how much of that was budgeted?
25,000.
25,000. So we can reduce that 25,000, if it's not gonna be done this year.
It's revenue and expense, it'll wash, yeah, yeah. These are, those two items are no effect on the levy. They are coming from, revenues being brought in,
I understand that, how much involved to want to, right?
Yeah.
This is still money we're spending.
Yeah,
not
exactly.
spending.
Yeah.
I understand,
But I'm not-
that's not gonna reduce our
No,
levy.
I'm not collecting it again, I should say, because we have collected it previous years, so, exactly.
Councilor Deborah?
Just Next line down, why is our tax bill so, or our insurance bill so high this year?
Those are actuals.
Those are actuals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, municipality.
It's going back
And I was gonna say,
Yeah,
these are cheap compared to.
okay, but you're forecasting cheaper for next year?
We've talked about going to market for 26, just to get a sense of where the market is. I don't have a good sense of where that fits contextually for similar organizations our size. I don't think we've been to market for a while, not since I've been here anyway. So it never hurts to see what.
Did Perth County not have an RFP?
I think Perth East did, or Kansas City, I think they did.
Perth County, could
I had to
Maybe.
step away from the first down one, but,
just can't remember.
I'm not sure.
okay, anything else? On page 5 of 7. Enough?
I was meeting with Tracy, we had talked to 1310 municipal office. We maybe can up that rental revenue for the municipal office,
Yes, 5,000,
5,000, so instead of 5,000, that would become 6.
yes.
Can you explain why, because I can't.
Cause I went with the actual, because the 5,000 is the charge for Martin. But then when I started doing year end, I realized we charge Quattro $1,000. So I had lowered it to 5 to the actual, but then when we got doing year end invoicing, I realized I put another 1,000 on there.
This is the old municipal?
No, here, so we rent,
And that little building.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quite, I'm gonna start.
Anything else?
Uh,
Councilor Martin?
Were we moving forward? There was some interest on the other building,
Yes, we have a draft lease, I'm gonna bring a report to next council.
so is that in here too, the money that we?
yes, but it's coming down to 2,250 because I use 1,750 a month, it's only 1,500, so
Okay.
the $1,000 we found, I just took away from.
Oh,
Okay, so under the 23,614, it would be less than that for the old municipal office, between revenues.
So if you look at the bottom line for the old municipal, it looked like you're gonna get 7434. So we get 55,000 revenue. So, yeah, the revenue's gonna come down to 50. Does that see that? Yeah, so it's actually, I use I don't worry about 1,750, but it's 1,500 a month, not 1,750, so it'll, that, and I was basing on 6 months rent, so I think we'll get a little more than that. Might not come down with
It was initially because the lease is going to include utilities. But based on the nature of the use, I don't want to pay the hydro for 7 freezers. So I've negotiated a rent that doesn't include utilities, so it's overall. Yeah.
Okay, so item 6, page 6 of 7, anything else? No. Okay, so 7 of 7. Moving on. Okay, moving forward to protection of persons and property, 1 of 6. Anything here? We don't do another evening. You come out of our control.
Your worship, this is out of our control, but I'll just give you a heads up that as we work through the terms of reference with resolving the local planning fire board, there's going to be some associated expenses which are to be determined there's gonna be some legal, there might be some HR, there might be some others, it's hard to anticipate what they will be specifically, but there will be some cost that we'll share with, Luke and Bell. I don't think it will be significant, but there will be a bit of a spend there to facilitate that, the solution of that for.
We at some point have to talk about the educational stuff. Priority.
So that's part of the fire master plan, and we don't yet have a good handle on whether we're gonna be able to obtain that sort of capacity, and if so, from where.
Okay.
So I can't tell you to include any money, because I don't know that we're gonna be able to do that this year.
Potentially to do that.
Yeah, that's one of the recommendations.
Okay, so page 2 of 6. Any comments or questions regarding the police? Besides the discussion over the car? Anything? Page, oh, go ahead.
Mileage. So, okay, so that's mileage to, for people attending this, the CPAC? Okay.
We're at page 3 of 6. Maybe safety and well-being plan. If there are any comments, questions? What's the mess?
So we got in the budget, 31,800. We didn't spend any on, I assume that's what that is. They're under contracted services, or am I incorrect?
That was the $25,000 wellness
Right.
that council had, yes.
So we were leaving that in the budget for next year?
Let's see, Colin.
It hasn't been expended, it's,
So it's sitting in the reserve.
right now, it's, if it doesn't get, if council doesn't agree to my report last week to defer it, it will be sucked up in year-end surplus or deficit. If we defer it, we have it for the 2025 budget, but it will not affect the tax amount.
Or affect the reserves.
Yeah, it'll be just, I will expense it and put it in a deferred revenue account to be used in 2025, or we just use it for the year-end surpluses. That was counted, that was the report last week, so, yeah.
So you will be bringing that to council then, or do we deal with that here? Or?
I believe you should go with it here. The report went last week, then that I'm going to defer it, so that we don't have to affect the tax rate in 2025. But that's council's decision. If they don't want it deferred, then I will just have it as a surplus in that department.
Personally prefer to defer. Oh, I did what the rest of the council thinks, but I would like to get rid of that telephone.
Council Marco?
I agree, I think this is low hanging fruit for council. And this should, that was my displeasure with this many times, and I think it's go.
Council Marco?
So it appears it's been removed from all future forecasts, and the wellness is no longer a budget line.
I actually technically made a new lineup in the council department, because I think that's where it should be tracked, because that is a council grant. They have the program who they might give it to or not give it to. And it's just tracked easier, like, I didn't even know, it took us forever to figure out what was even in that amount, so we all started digging, so to find out that was actually 5,000.
It's been a bit of a contingency around this table, I understand that, and I just feel that we would be one of the only municipalities that is not participating in helping our resources for wellness or healthcare in general. We have communities that are giving $200,000, $2 million, like there's big, which comes through economic development, right? This, with your healthcare facilities are part of recruiting, retaining people in your community. And I think it's money well served, but I also understand that as being a hospital employee, it puts me in an awkward spot. So 25,000, I don't think changes anything in the big scheme of things. I just don't love that we're the only municipality not contributing, I believe, to the cost.
Councilor Marco?
Personally, I don't care what other people give. I care what goes on here. And if people want to give personally, they will get a tax receipt for that. Other municipalities are giving 200,000 and millions of dollars. They're also having double-digit increases. This is low hanging fruit. If this council is serious about keeping our rate low, they will abolish us.
I'd like to just speak because my blood boils as well, because it is a contentious issue. So I have written down a few things. I think as a council, we are called to be good stewards for everything. We are more than bridges and roads and equipment. We have no problem with talking about, a new backhoe, but when it comes to people's health, we're at $25,000 a year. We are $1 a month when it comes down to it. Why not donate, is my opinion. We don't have arenas or parks. We share a rec center. We need to support the communities that are around us. We are dependent on the Y and the food incentive for wellness that all of our people use. This is not just about hospital equipment. This is about optimism place. This is about hospice. This is about Bimini. This is about the bleachers in Searingville. This is activities at the museum. The kids couldn't afford even to get busing to go to the museum. We could support things like the family fun night at Downey. We have to draw more businesses, going to Councilor Martin's point, that we need to be a complete community. And I get a little frustrated with the fact that we're just zoning in on this and it's just about the dollar amount. We as a council are responsible for all of the things that happen. My family uses the hospitals. I think it's minimal to each of the households, and I would like to invest in our community. And I get a little upset that we have to flag this out, that it is a tax, that people write a check. Some of us around the table write a lot of checks, and I'm very grateful for that. But I need to ensure that the facilities around us are looked after by the people, and Perth South people and kids are using them. That is my opinion. I'm sorry I'm getting upset. That's where I'm at with that. Councilor or Deputy Mayor.
I can't disagree with anything anyone said. I guess I look back to a number of years ago, we stopped supporting United Way. And at that point, it was a case that if individuals want to support United Way, they should support it on their own as they can afford to. The hospitals and hospice, etc. I certainly feel that the provincial government should fund more. They don't. So I'm really up in the air on this because, like you said, we contribute, our family contributes as we see fit. And I don't want to take away money from people that are having issues buying groceries or paying rent. So it's really up in the air for me.
Can I just clarify? We don't pay an out-of-town service fee to the Karen Center, do we? Because I am. Actually, the town of St. Mary's could potentially, they're having a lot of trouble with the Karen Center right now. And I'm thinking they could eventually look at personal residents and say, okay, you have to pay an out-of-town fee. So now we've got an agreement. Pardon? Well, we have an agreement.
We have an agreement that the only way they're gonna get out is going to be legal fight.
Okay.
And it's in perfect good.
Okay. All right. Cause I can see some young families getting billed with that, and that would frustrate me. I just wanna pay our fair share. We use these services for all of these things. I wanna pay our fair share. Counselor Kirby?
I'm 50-50 on the wellness thing too. I don't mind the amount we give, as long as it goes to buy equipment. I don't want to go into administration. I have to be able to touch it, feel it and see it, so I'm 50-50 on it.
I think we have to just be careful that we're not coming from the perspective of only people who can afford to donate to the hospital, right? Or to, I'm gonna use hospital as an example in Sanford, in the case of equipment, right? That there's this assumption that people that can do and people that can't. But the people, everybody is being served by that. When somebody has a stroke and they come in and they have equipment that is there or is not, hospitals are funded by the communities and they should be funded by the province, but they're not. That's just the current situation we're in, and we decide whether our local facilities have the best equipment for our residents or they don't. So that's just a bit of perspective from the inside. Again, like, is it worth beating this up for over and over and over again for 25,000?
Counselor Vanessa?
I agree with Bob's comments. I certainly agree with the mayor's comments. But I look at this as it's $25,000 coming from our ratepayers. I mean, we have a great community. Stratford just had a fundraising and they reached their $30 million through the community. So I have no concerns that the community will support it, but I don't think we as councillors should be charging our ratepayers something to give it away to somebody else. I absolutely am opposed to that. I would vote against that. And that's not knocking the hospital or any of the other community services out there. I believe they should be funded personally.
Counselor Kirby?
So for this, we're talking about 2025 budget. Can we put a pause on it? Like,
It's not in the 2024 budget.
no, but there's 25,000 sitting there that was bumped ahead.
Yeah, we collected in 2024. So.
It doesn't mean we can't go back to it. I'm just saying, instead of just getting rid of it, you just pause it.
Your worship, I don't believe that we have direction to spend that money. I know that the hospitals came and asked for a contribution from this council. I don't believe the council directed. Okay, so if I recall the discussion, there was some sensitivity to being able to support certain health initiatives in the community. We talked about shed talks, we talked about mental health, and I believe the compromise was for the council to allocate some money in the event that those opportunities for public health in the community came up. So just so that's just some context, just so that everybody remembers, we don't have direction to spend this money. It's not going to a hospital. It's not going to anyone at the moment, but the council wanted to have a budget in the event that something came up that the council wanted to support related to mental health in particular in the community, whether it's youth or adults or otherwise. So that's my recollection of the discussion. Just to be clear, that money is not going to a hospital. It's being earmarked in the event we get an ask for support of some other sort of community health initiative, whether it's through public health or otherwise. So I just leave it there.
Currently, we have the bleachers in Stephenville.
We do. We don't have direction on how to manage that at the moment.
Councilor Marco?
I'm speaking on the fact that we muddle over this and discuss this. We also talked a lot about this at our strategic plan when we did that. And the counter argument to that would be that we are wanting to make our constituents' lives better. In my view, this does not accomplish that. This doesn't affect that. There's no fair share. The fact of the matter is, this is the municipal council and we deal with roads and bridges and you know what we deal with, we
And
don't do.
arenas and everything, but we don't have those in our community, that are.
Can I finish, please?
Sorry.
Healthcare is not our decision. That's people's individual decisions, that's not the decisions of council. So to earmark $25,000 per year, I don't, like I said, it's low hanging fruit, and if this council is serious about saving money or keeping a single digit increase, then this should go away. Thanks.
Any other comments? How would council like to move forward? Would you like to call this a vote? If so, I would like to go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to get rid of the wellness fund for $25,000.
I would like it to be a recorded vote. If I have a seconder on the floor. Who would like to second the motion?
I'll second it. Oh, sure.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Vaness. Recorded vote. Councillor Vaness? Sorry.
Could you read the question?
Because it's a recorded vote has been requested, I will be taking over the calling of the vote. The
Can you read the question?
motion is to remove the wellness fund of $25,000 from the budget. That's specific enough. Do you want anything, any further clarification, Tracy?
It's not in the budget, so I would say the motion is to not defer the 2024, just let it be socked up in the surplus deficit. So don't say socked up, but you know.
So not to defer 2024 wellness fund of $25,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone clear on that? Okay, so when I call your name, please answer yes or no. Councillor Martin?
I'm confused on the way this was phrased. I would like to keep the 25, I would like, the deferred money, I would like to use it for wellness in the community. Is that a yes or a no? That's a no.
That's a no.
Okay, thank you. No, please.
Okay, so it's for my own, so the motion is to not to defer the 2024 wellness fund to 25,000, up to 25,000. So, no, is that correct? Yes. I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
Sorry. Councillor Jeff Bell,
No.
Councillor Vaness,
Yes.
Councillor Corview,
No.
Councillor Mark Bell,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wilhelm,
No.
Mayor Ford. No. That motion is defeated.
We'll talk about spending that here.
That's the budget first.
It's still all news, you're working. I'll just keep it.
So the way the fund has been set up, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have that money there for requests that come from the community, which are wellness related, and therefore we currently do not have a request other than Mayor Orr has suggested that the bleachers, don't believe we have any requests.
Yeah.
The bleachers don't count?
Well, besides what you had brought forward for the bleachers, but I don't know that they've actually, have they came and did an actual request to come up?
Did we not request more information?
I did receive additional information on that, if you'd like me to speak, to that, request. Basically, the, organization is, happy to receive any kind of funding. They are going to, they're fundraising to, replace the 3 sets of bleachers, but they're not requesting a set amount of money, so they're happy to accept anything, so.
And if more requests don't come, then maybe it's not spent.
So even if the money is there, the council needs to decide how much they want to make a contribution to those features. at some point. So if you want to leave money there, that's fine, but, we don't have direction on how much we would like to support that. At some point, we'll come back to you for direction.
Just a point of clarification, and so right now there's $25,000, I'm understanding there. If we decide to give $1 to the bleachers, does that get replenished? Or is that fund now down and we come back?
24,999.
Yeah, just, we come back in 26 and say we should or should not replenish that fund. Okay, well, that's fine.
Or you can always continue to defer it like we're doing this year. If you don't, if nobody comes forward, we defer it, bring it back, yeah. So that you're not raising taxes for it over and over if it's not being used, it's always here.
Thank you. Okay, page 4 and 6, master and region authority discussions. Councilor.
I got it. Tracy, could you fill us in on that?
Yes, so.
Where we spent that $41,000 extra?
So yes, so as I said, these numbers came forward when the budget got moved forward to 2025. That 40,000 that's under, per temps, under contracted service, it was paid twice last year in 2024. The second, installment. So, I have now moved that and moved it to a miscellaneous AR because they did send us back a check in early 2025. So it's gone from there. So we didn't actually get, a levy of 123, almost 123,000 from the Conservation Authority. It was just a double payment that got for that. Yeah.
Anything else? Councilor Martin?
So on the county grant of the trees, that has one of those little marks. Is that part of your system error? Did we spend any money?
That is me making sure I go back and find out where the money is. Ken and I are looking for the money. Ken has put the grant in for the trees. He's given me the amount and I couldn't find it anywhere in case it got miscoded. So I've sent an email to Corey to ask who I would talk to get that money. So these are kind of my notes too, trying to do year end and budget at the same time. So yeah, so just to let you know that, there is revenue coming forward.
Yeah. Oh, so 2024 money was still coming in.
Yes.
And we did we plant any trees?
Yeah, I think you put grant into 3764 or something, I think.
Yeah, so there was some trees purchased through the Upper Thames Tree Power Program. There was quite a few through that, and then there was a few through our Tree Per South program, not as many as in prior years, but that's one that we reimburse people for some trees.
Didn't the Kirkland Wooden Arboretum get money as well, grant? I would think they were successful.
Maybe it didn't flow through us.
Well, I thought it did.
Through the county?
Yeah.
I don't remember it flowing through us.
Okay, I'm gonna follow up on that.
If we don't spend it, if the county gives us 5,000 for trees and we spend more.
They don't give it to
Yeah.
us. It's just a zero impact on the budget because we put a grant application into the county for what we've spent and then they offset each other. So that's kind of why it's a zero impact on the budget going, on the levy.
Just one question here, under total salaries and benefits, I guess that's under emergency services. We 24 budgeted 2,000, we spent 5,100, we expected to spend 54. Is that just a reallocation of?
That's Martin, that's part of Martin.
So it's just a reallocation?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I used to kind of his actuals for 2024 to put an estimate of his salary.
Okay, we are at page 5, 6. Any questions on that?
So Jim and Jim and I discussed removing the legal, and I think I had it written down to remove the 5,000 legal, so it's.
I don't want to remove them all.
We had used bylaw, so I know that you questioned the bylaw, so, I kind of had it highlighted whether we remove it or not, so.
So we're removing that. Okay? Do you need a motion for that, or you're gonna?
No, I would just say,
Okay. Okay, so that's the still for protection. Any discussion? Okay, we're on to transportation services, page 124. Please red flag anything, go ahead, Councilor Vanessa.
I got a whole bunch here. I apologize for that.
No,
Boundary Road Recovery is the first one, and there was nothing in 24.
I'm just gonna look to see, I know we've been working on with county, we've got something. Yes, we've actually invoiced now, since this was, just shy of 3,000, so 3,960.
And then also, we go to gravel pit royalties. That just seems to be, to me anyways, that's a big black hole. My understanding is we received that from a third party.
So, all the gravel pits report their tonnage, whatever, to this trust. It's a gravel,
Resources,
Yeah. yeah,
I forget the amount, but it's 5 cents or something, or something for every ton that goes out, and some comes to us, some comes to the county. So the amount of gravel they sell is a bit of a wild card, and it varies on when they report, I think, and we've asked for further information and they won't give us any.
Will they give you information of what pits are paying? Because we've had a few open over the years, I just wanna make sure everybody's paying the fixed cent or shit.
I'm not sure if they will, I know that's their responsibility to make sure people are paying, so.
correct me if I'm wrong, but, this could eventually go away too, like. It's there for now, but
And
gravel might be exhausted.
yeah, well, the way I'm thinking is that the province had something out last year about reducing, wasn't it reducing the tonnage fee?
Yeah.
And basically subsidizing their own pits. But, as far as, running out of gravel, I'll pick on, St. Mary's Cement, I think they have a whole lot of gravel left to go, so.
So could we, I forgot to ask Tracy at the time what our payments were for the last couple of years, but could we increase that 275 to 285?
I kind of did an average over, because it does go up and down, so I hate to overestimate on our revenue, but I tried to do the best I could on all of this stuff, so I mean, that is council's decision if they want to, fit.
Would you have the last 3 years total?
I don't have it with me, I could probably get it, but, yeah.
Personally, we don't have to do it right now.
For the next time we do this, can we have more of the back years and less
Yes,
of the forecasted years?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I usually, the way I usually produce it's got the last 2 years and then, so I just didn't have time to.
No, certainly.
Design spreadsheets, yeah.
Hey, you want to leave gravel?
I would just like to increase that a little bit. I mean, I just look at Martin's forecasting here. We've got a lot of building in the area. I mean, I don't personally think that we're gonna be down 15% from what we were in 24 and 25. We may not be higher, but I don't think we'll be down 15%.
And she's gone to get it. We'll come back to that one.
Further to Jim's comments, Ken's, their pits open, both of them are operating right now, and the cement plant's going as strong as ever for affecting our pits. So if they do, pay what they're supposed to, then yes, I can see it going up.
Like, I wouldn't wanna make it the same as 24, but personally, I think 285 would work.
And she doesn't even have, she has 282 forecast for 2026. You go higher than that?
No, I'm only looking at 25. 275.
275, you want that to be 285.
I think it's budget, the staff has done a wonderful job. I mean, if we're lucky, we can get a few bumps and single, there's no home runs in this thing.
No, yeah, it's very tight, always been, there's not much that we can play with,
Exactly.
but it is good to go down through it line by line. You wanna just keep going while she's not here? Okay. Anything else regarding on the page? Page 2 of 2024.
Just one last thing on page 1.
Yeah.
We go to salaries and wages, and I'm sure it's just an allocation thing, but we go from spending $114,000 to spending $200,000, a little more.
That's, Rebecca took the time to separate sick days, stat days, everything else. I just went through and did, I know what I'm gonna pay Ken, let's say. That's what I put it in my base salary, I didn't separate it over, so you're gonna see a lot of the places where it doesn't make sense, but if you went down and took away the indirect salaries and the direct salaries and stuff like that, they would all, you would
But
get
yeah,
the same
but we're
amount.
going from 159 to 241,
Yes,
right? So
yeah.
you're sitting approximately, that's about a 35% increase.
Yeah, and so part of it would be the Gallagher reports, and part of it would be the COLA, and then part of it is, I was trying to follow what got allocated in the other departments, and I don't know if I'm gonna be correct. I kinda like it when you just do a home account for roads, and then they use their timesheet too, and then you just do a credit at the top in the home account, and, but anyways, if you add them all up, it does come down to my salary spreadsheet, so.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you wanna go back to the graph?
Oh, yeah, so I've got, so 20, I might be high, 2020, we had got 201,385. 21, we got 236. 22, we got 266,780. 23, we got 245,628. And 24, we got the 335. So my guesstimate might be a little high, but.
Well, I would like to change that to the mayor's to make it 280.
Three? No. Yeah. All right. Anything else on that page? On page 2 of 2024. Anyone?
Just one question on licensing for radios and GPS. Is that something we no longer have to do, or if we changed the way we use our radios? Ken?
And it's been spread out between all the vehicles, so instead of being covered under just the 3,000 general stuff, once we get into later, each piece of equipment has a budget and it's divided up per equipment instead of a lump.
That's fine, great, thank you.
I've got highlighted here the training, education training 6,000 where we used 3. And then down below there was for professional engineering, there was 3 and we budgeted 5 and used nothing. So I didn't know if those two were looked at from Jim and Tracy's point of view.
I think Ken and I discussed that one. I think when we talked about the training, that you were trying to send the guys to more regulatory training. You sent some to Good Roads this year already, and so that ends the decision on you guys.
Yeah, I think we looked at them, but I didn't make any changes, so I already double checked.
Right, any further questions? We're at 3 of 2024. Seeing none, I'll go to page 4 of 2024. Rush, and I'll go to page 5 of 2024.
The only question I had earlier with Tracy on that is we spent $31,000 on contracted services.
What page?
Sorry, page 5 of 24 at the bottom. Just above purchase services.
32,000 for the full virgin culvert. Oh, sorry, no, sorry, I'm looking at other shit. Oh, 31,250, and remember we looked at.
Yeah,
this.
a lot of that was extra expenses. We did a whole bunch of guardrail repairs.
Yeah.
Last year that had built up over a few years, so it was just, maintenance expenses.
Thank you.
Can we just talk about that further? So if we budgeted 90,000, but we spent 31, did that come back to council or did we do things like we were repairing things? That went way beyond the budget? I'm just wondering, what is the point of budgeting 9,000 and then going about 31,000 in work? Was that stuff that had to be done, or was that?
I would say it needed to be done, yes.
And do you have a good idea of what's gonna happen this year? Like, that's a significant difference.
Wasn't there an accident or something, like, didn't you have to repair some guardrails
I remember
for
that.
accidents?
Yeah.
Where those faulty ones that were.
Yeah, the end treatments have become very expensive. The standard channel guardrail isn't so bad, but things keep hitting the ends. And that's a safety feature that's meant to absorb the crash of vehicles, and so it's an expensive part. We repaired some already this year from winter damage on them, but it wasn't to the same extent though as prior years, or as 2024.
Is that part of why we added the 9,500 in engineering in that same area?
Not the same reason. The 9,500 is our biannual bridge inspections. So every 2 years, we're required to do the bridge inspections. And then if you look further in 2027, it's more expensive. So we do a full review every 4 years, and then every second year, we do a quicker review of them. But the guardrails and stuff is stuff that would show up in those inspections as needing to be repaired. If they haven't been done.
Maybe for 26, we'll have higher costs if they're gonna be addressed in the engineering.
Yeah, we're venturing into a capital, thing or maintenance, depending on what they need done, yes.
Okay, page 6 of 24.
At the very top, I'm assuming there is some actual 2024 recoveries coming for the Boundary Road and Weaver.
Oh, yeah, that's the Wayland one, I believe.
Thank you.
We just did that. We now have 3779. Done, 2024.
Just a question of contracted services. I'm speculating that's tree removal. For brush and tree removal, so that would be woodside firms cutting some limbs down and.
Correct, grinding stumps, cutting down. Cutting down, work generally cutting down the trees.
Is that something we as council should be putting out a tender for? I know some of the local municipalities, the lines you put out a tender, like Stratford, are gonna say, we need a tender for 1,000 hours of tree removal branches, whatever. Is that something we can be doing? Because just as we've been paying bills over the last few years, we have different operators in Blanchard, some in this part of Downey, some over there. Is that something that we as council should be putting on?
Yeah, it's up to council, I guess, because.
Well, do you think there's some saving there? I guess that's.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's much savings, we get good pricing, and now we tend to work with the contractors, so like. Generally, we bring our own staff in the chipper, so they just cut down, and then we bring our loader and trucks and we do the cleanup. So we're working with them, they're supplying, you know, the stump grinder, but we clean up the rest, they supply the bucket truck and cement to cut down. We could get pricing or quotes from different suppliers and see, we kind of use two different ones generally, back and forth, and prices are similar.
What's it got?
If we're going to do it for this one, we would have to probably do it for the excavation work that we do for cleaning up the bins. And, you know, leveling of spoil and all that stuff too, I would think. If we're gonna do it for the trees, we probably have to do it for the mission trains.
Yeah, it's up to council, I guess, if they want to get different stuff. Those are two of our bigger dollar items, but we contract out a lot of different services as well, but two of our bigger expenditures.
Give it enough direction on where you want to put that and. So what are we deciding to do? Leave it as is, or? All right, we are at 8 in 2024. Ditching, salaries. Anything? In 2024. People are working that they don't expect it to be. We just have balance rates and salaries, what we budgeted for the whole thing.
The budget amount was like, the budget amount was, I mean, based on some historical averages, so we maybe did more.
There is $83 in revenue there now, so it is not quite $600.
Did we find some metal?
We do scrap rooms.
Yeah. 10, 2024. Municipal drains.
That contracted services line in the municipal drains is what we talked about before, the regular assessment for those bigger drain projects that were showing up in the capital work. Plus a little bit for some other maintenance activities that, you know, beaver dam removal or stuff. Sometimes you assess costs on some of those, just clean outs and maintenance things as well.
Under contracted services for the actual 2024, speculating that's higher than 24,000.
It is now, yes, it is. 45,646. A 11 of 2024.
Almost all these there are just, all there should be some recovery, I assume, and all of them.
Yeah.
$80.
Now, 2009.
I was just gonna say,
Page
next page.
12 of 2024, go ahead.
Question on hardtop maintenance here, contracted services, that's near the bottom. Fourth, fifth line up from the bottom, we had budgeted 34,000, we spent roughly 10,000, and now we're budgeting 30,000.
Yeah, we need to do some crack sealing this year.
Yeah, we didn't do any last year, that's part of the plan, to get some done.
Yeah, page 13.
We contract the same supplier, the county does some of their own crack sealing, but they hire it out as well, so we tap into what they get hired out. Have the time or manpower to do all our explorers, you know. Yeah. They can do more. Send them our way. Yeah.
Page 13, 2024. None, at page 14, 2024. Energy control. If we have enough budget there for energy control, and then kind of rough start.
Yeah, we did.
Can you see into the picture?
Yeah, and hopefully we have a nice fall. But yeah, I think our costs, our actuals for 2025 are already pretty high. But I think Tracy's thought on that was, if there is one bad year, that's when we would utilize some reserves potentially. She didn't want to budget for excessive one-time years. That makes sense to kind of, that's
Yeah,
what Tracy's budgeting process.
yeah,
she
that's the
had.
purpose of your extreme weather event reserve. Those, we've had a lot of discussion with senior management, these core reserves, they're there so that you're. And doesn't have to look at a crystal ball and your
So
tax rate's not.
She wouldn't let me raise them as much as I wanted to. I'm trying to say, because, yeah. We did have, so far this year has been, high, but we're hoping that's, 1 year anomaly or even just a spring anomaly.
Councilman.
Just page 14 of 24, just a question near the bottom again of contracted services, just curious what that is. We budgeted 4,500 for last year and this year, but we did spend 8,700. Just curious what that actually is.
There's a few different components. One that I can think of is, like we get a tow truck, to tow us out of the ditch is one of the things that falls into that category that we, I think, had more of based on the winter. There's a couple other little things that are included in that as well, but that's one of the.
Thank you.
Okay, page 15, 2024. Page 16, 2024.
How do we probably will be coming then for 3,600? Vehicle operations.
That one is. And invoice it's at 96.63. Page 17 in 2024. Page 18 in 2024.
Just a general question on graders. I'm not sure this is the place where I extrapolate some numbers here. So we've got a 2005, 2008, 2011 graders. And the oldest one, we spent 8,800 on fuel, 13,000, and the newest grader, 21,000. And we've got more hours on the newest grader and the oldest grader, or the middle grader than we'll do on the old grader. I assume the old grader has the plow on it. Speculating. And that 2005 grader will be the one we're replacing in the next year. I don't know, that is next in line. Will we be putting plows on that then? I assume we will want to get a new grader.
And a new grader would wanna have a plow and wait on it, yes.
Yeah, I look at the hours and I'm surprised the hours are that low for a 20-year-old grader, 67,000 hours. That's very small. So just a comment, I just don't know when to have that discussion, and probably this fall at another time, that's all.
I think the oldest grader has a new engine in it. Because we blew the engine out, it's kind of 60 grand on it. And it's only 2-wheel drive versus the other ones that are 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, rear wheel drive versus all-wheel drive is 6.
Yeah, but the oldest one has a new engine and it probably doesn't have many hours on that engine. Cause it was maybe 3 years ago.
Last count.
Yeah.
And that's the grader they're going to replace.
Yeah, I'm not sure, has it been deferred already? When it comes to like the prior years?
I think it comes up on the 6th, I believe. It's just the information is here, so I had to ask a question.
Further discussion, 2026. Okay, so anything on page 18 of 2024? Go to page 19 of 2024.
So, I see diesel fuel's falling pretty good. We can leave those figures alone, but I can see what happens next year, but diesel fuel has fallen quite a bit over the last 6 years months. Notice it's down almost the same as gas now.
Yeah, usage is up from this winter, though. Winter is very heavy usage on fuel or pumps. So that impacts the fuel quite a bit for 25 budget, yeah.
Anything else? Okay, we're at page 20 of 2024. Page 21 of 2024. All doing with our equipment. Okay, we're at 22 of 24. Thank you. Radio package attachments, loaders, utility trailers. And then we're at 23.
Small potatoes, maybe not at the time, but I would like to see, I mean, 2 disc mowers, they're only a year old. I would like the repairs to be around $500 on each, $2,000. They're still brand new machines. Between the two, you can $3,000 off the budget.
So you're talking about vehicle 3642?
36 36, 56.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah, 36, 57,
Oh,
sorry.
23, right. And do you have any comments on the,
Just that we may have to increase it in future years as they get older, I guess would be a caution there that,
so we want $2,500 from 56?
No, make them both 2,000
Oh, 2,000, sorry.
instead of 25.
Bring them down 1,000, okay, yeah. Okay, so 24 or 24. Good. Going on to environmental services, page 1 of 4. Now, for Vanessa, I love it that you did your homework.
Just, second and third line down, just a question on the 2024 actuals on garbage reuser fees.
Yeah, that was, a duplicate entry got made in the interim billing, that has now been changed, so the actual is, 26,500. I'm sorry, where is that? Are you talking about the garbage bin user fees? Is that what you were questioning?
Yes.
Yeah,
So the actual was how much?
260,500.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And then recycling, a little further down, recycling collection and disposal. We were 78,000 budget, we're right on actual, now we've dropped that 25,000.
Yes, it's based on actual, units, with the new,
That's new legislation.
new supplier.
user pay type
Yeah.
system, and for the recycling.
Thank you.
Page 2 of 4.
Land rental revenue, we received the second payment in 24.
For which?
Land rental revenue,
Oh, yes, that one is now at 6734. Page 3 and 4. Be for the site monitoring, would we?
We have. There's quite a bit of history that useful, especially when you're like that, has zones and that type of stuff.
We, saying that we use our inside of that, right? The information is that's not ours. And we not go through an RFP because then the price just continues to go up on stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think they do anything more each year.
Yeah, we have the biggest bias of the main reports, the information.
I don't know, I think 21,000 should go ahead and RFP.
Okay. ERCs. Page 4 of 4. Jessica?
So if the sale goes through, does that mean that the monitoring goes down? That we don't have to monitor as much for 25?
I can, potentially in the future,
Okay,
definitely not for 2025. But moving forward, we gotta provide information to the ministry and get comments back and get their approval to reduce the monitoring. I don't know how soon things that kind of stuff has to reach.
Yeah, so this is, in truth, it's gonna be wild card. right? So the monitoring could find things we're not expecting, you know, like the cat zone expanded. They could drill more monitoring wells and find that it's spread further. I don't want to get into too much because there's a conflict declared, but I'm not gonna bank on too much.
Nothing else on 4 and 4, we're going on to 1 and 4 for health services, mobility bus. We are queuing for cemeteries abandoned. Taking care of them, go ahead.
Just one question, the bottom contracted services miscellaneous. It appears we didn't spend anything from the budget last year. Do we have to read that as a budget item?
And then I discussed that, that's theirs, if things go in case somebody wrecks, we have to fix a monument or something along those lines. I don't know, and thinking on removing that.
That's what it's there for.
So the 2,000 from 2024 budget, that was deferred to 25 then?
No.
It hasn't been, but I can certainly do it, and then we move
Well, we don't have to collect it twice.
that. Is, do you want to do a resolution that I defer that? Yeah, you done? Yeah. We can add it to our one, yeah.
Okay, anything else? Go ahead, sorry.
Wondering, this is under health. Is our wellness, health and wellness fund, should it be under this department?
I think she's decided to put it under council.
It's a council grant. I usually like to keep stuff like that on the council because then it's more transparent to your taxpayers. That council has agreed to move money. But I get where you're going with that. That's if it's under wellness yet.
We're moving to page 3 and 4.
Sorry, there was some discussion about referring. And there was about creating a motion, did you, well, we should do a motion, or I can bring a report back to council, actually, that for a year-end report that I can make a note of that, yeah. Sorry, just wanted to, yeah, so it has to be a council decision to defer, the audit, which should be looking for stuff like that. Okay.
Anything else on 3 or 4? Finishing 4 and 4 for the cemetery. Okay, nothing. We're at page 1 and 10 for record. Few and
Partly down grounds and field maintenance, 2024, we had budgeted 4,700, we spent 21,000. And now we're budgeting 11,000, just curious what that entails.
I can, the mayor, so last year we had tendered that work and had a, really good price. And so Rebecca took that really good price and included it in the budget before it got approved, and then they showed up once late and cut some grass for us, and we ended up having to go to the second lowest, the supplier, the contractor we had previously to do that work, so that artificially low price is, I think, what's affecting that, is they couldn't do the work for that price.
Right, but we still spent, we actually ended up spending 21,000, and now we're only budgeting 11 for this year.
Without looking, I think some of the extra costs would be, we did a bunch of drainage work
Yeah.
out in the area, so there was some drains on the soccer fields that were plugged, fixed up. And there's some stuff on the Stone West pathways, there's a drain over, towards, Globes here at that corner, we fixed up as well, so there's a bunch of drain work we fixed up too.
Sounds like a job for a backhoe.
Anything else here? Council Martin, do you have a question? 3 of 10.
Just a question, the very bottom on the facility, the recreational facility grants. We have granted an extra 5,000 this year then.
Who was approved? And the ones
I think it was two, but-
Both through us and more, and we are, yeah,
and that goes to the current.
yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Page 4 of 10. The pool. Didn't we ask for money from businesses and that you know, like. Pay for some
Sponsorships?
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's up there, guesstimated 5,500.
okay, there,
Yeah.
okay.
Got 5,500 last year.
Have we already started to ask for that?
I have. I asked them to consider sponsoring swimming lessons as well, just because. You know, optimists are friendly youth, there's lots of young people who should know how to swim, we don't. That's my pitch.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was thinking that like anybody can sponsor. Cause I think
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
the guinea pig last year to make sure the system worked and. So. Any businesses can do it. Not for us.
Just one question on the top, swim lessons. We got, the actuals were quite a bit better than the budget. The budget is more or less what happened in 24. Is there any hope that that could be higher? I'm not saying.
There's always a
budget.
hope, but yeah.
Yeah, St. Mary's Pool is closed, so yeah, there is a potential this year. I wouldn't say every year, but.
I'm not saying budget, I'm just a question.
Yeah, I kind of went with the actuals because I think, and then maybe they will get better Cassie here and promoting and being able to do more lessons and things.
We're gonna reevaluate
Yeah,
our
yeah.
plans and fees in January, so I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
in 26 we'll probably see better revenue there. But at the same time, we're trying to be affordable, but.
Councilor Marco?
Is March not paid, 2024?
Yes, they have a story. $5,000 on that so far. Would be year end, the counties that have to do that.
Okay, Councilor Hess?
I'm gonna ask the wrong question here. So we have for the Curtin swimming pool, we budgeted $65,000 for wages, we spent underneath roughly.
Yes, because I would imagine that Rebecca's time was probably not budgeted there, but I was spent.
And then we're up approximately 15% for 2025.
Right, so a little bit of an increase in the lifeguards and then a portion of Cassie, which we will recruit from Montreal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Page 5 of 10? Or did I miss something?
So 24, funding was 4323, are we sure? 14,448.
Yeah. That was Ken, okay.
Okay, good job, Ken.
That was grand, we got, it wasn't gonna be, but.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Page 6 of 10. Rec and culture? Seeing none, we'll just go to that then. Wait, no, sorry, I figured it out. Councilor Marco?
The, under public and corporate relations, what does that entail?
Yeah, they sponsor soccer games and they sponsor, yeah. And they also buy, like, companies can put money towards, so for the younger kids, they'll buy their, the whole team's t-shirts, and then their names will get put on the shirts, and then those kids get to keep the shirts.
So we can still get that, those for us.
Yes.
Anything else? You're at page 8 of 10. Nine,
Still back on page 10. The top line, 10,000 in wages, are we putting 10,000 of Cassie's wages towards the Downey Rec program?
Yeah.
Is she involved in the Downey Rec program?
She's, yeah, she's working with the soccer. She's, that for, and then the program, then she's doing the program over there now, so we put a little bit of.
The exercise program, yes, within Downey Rec.
Yeah, it is in for the budget because I didn't, but I was talking with Cassie, and we're gonna set up another department, which will be separate from. It would be nice to keep the athletic department separate from that, so, but for budgeting purposes to split her so that she wouldn't. And all that, we put it here and we will work on it, and changing the departments.
Yeah, I feel that that's a high volunteer group. And
Yes.
they've worked hard to build
Yeah.
a reserve
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
she's not had to give a lot of attention to
No.
that with that. so.
And that, so we just, but we wanted to earmark it in the different areas that the council wants to see her improving the recreation, so. For now, it's there, and then her and I will work with the athletic department. How we want to do it.
So until, well, maybe in the season, we'll see, lining the baseball diamonds, leveling the ball diamonds,
Yeah,
ideally, that would be the role of the concession operator. We
Yeah.
haven't started yet, and once they get started, I can train them to do that. Some people are capable of it, some people aren't, we interviewed some of those people, we're hopeful that should be able to do.
Any other discussion? No, we are at page 9 of 10. Councilor Net?
Just a question, probably down, we start talking about the Sealing Athletic Association. We have a grant here for 2,500, which I know, but I totally forgot about the second one.
That's the museum, isn't it? I think that's, what is that, the museum?
And I just kept the budget the same.
Okay, it's under receivable, so that's Stratford Perth Museum then?
No, so Seafortville Athletic Association gets 2,500.
Right.
And then it goes down, it's other cultural facilities, which is the museum, it's a 7,300. Yeah. They're all like one line departments, so
Okay,
they come.
that's the Stratford Perth Museum. Okay, thank you.
Okay. We are going to page 10 or 10, agriculture. Things are in the library. Yep. Okay, we're at 1 of 5 on planning and development, all Mr. Rogers. Planning and development.
Very bottom, professional consulting, that's paid to the county?
That would be, yeah.
They do have a hand.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions? We are page 2 of 5. Three of 5.
Question on the provincial grant for the drainage, that's actually being decreased this year?
That's the actual amount they agreed to give us for 20.
So their costs are going down always. I'm impressed. That's fine.
Sorry, Ken sent me the email, so I just wanted to say.
Yeah, you got something for someone else.
That's the only thing. That's great.
Can I just ask what the Doug Griffiths event is? I don't know.
So I think that was a one-time thing. We did that a few years ago. He was a speaker. I don't know why it's in there.
I don't have any recollection of this.
It looks like we gave $300 last year, so it will show up if there's an amount there, so it wasn't budgeted. We just.
So
I think it was a joint county event. Oh, okay. I can't remember what specifically.
okay, so I know this Perth Municipal Association, that's just a one-time thing.
Yes.
Because they got in the hole so bad, so. Okay, page 4 of 5. Should we just take that completely out? Is that what we're doing?
Well, yeah, it just shows up because there's an actual, but yeah, there's nothing in the budget plans here.
Okay,
Page 4 or 5, Sue. Professional engineering. There was 143,000 actual 24, and there's no budget item coming moving forward.
That's. And that's one of my. That's the actual, drainage work, like the constructions. That gets put in this account and then moved at your end, so that would be moved out here. I'm just looking, I'm trying to set up drains for Ken actually, so that this stuff can be actually tracked, not in one GL, but on it. But yeah, that's the drain, like when they come into a petition, it's the expenses.
Thank you.
okay, page 5 of 5. The last page of that document. We That's the budget of $18,372. Do you want to go back and discuss it? You want to go back with me? Okay. But we're at potentially between $300,000 that we can think about putting it to a further project or taking it off the tax levy or putting it out in reserve or. Go ahead.
I don't wanna see the tax levy double digit, by any means. I'd be happy somewhere around 8. So whatever we have to do to bring it down a little bit, bring it down, because Perth County's over on
We could wait till Tracy's here. She's a really good handle on why it's here right now at the time. And I would like her to speak about it. If it is a.
One other thing is I'd like to talk about the gravel reserve road.
If you give us a number, we got a couple things we wanted to discuss this potentially $200,000 to $300,000 to one.
So we're down to 9.7.
So do you want to talk about the gravel reserve right now?
And when we created that, it was never my intention to have a gravel reserve. We
Yeah.
saved some money one year and then we threw it in the reserve and never used it.
Yeah.
I'd like to do something with it, whether it helps bring the levy down a little bit, or we go to Braintree and use some of the money that Jim figured out in the ground reserve to pave the road that we have to pave next year anyway, like top coat. But because since, the end of 22, from 2022 to 2024, we added $900,000 to our reserves. I just think that there's gotta be a point where we cap that and use it for the benefit of the community.
Sam, what do you propose for the gravel reserve?
Well, I don't care where you use it.
If you want to use 50,000, you want to use it all, do you?
No, well, I don't care what we do, we don't have to use the whole gravel reserve. Say if we used 125, we use 50 to help with the levy and throw the other 75 in on the 300 to do a paving project. I like top coating when we get a chance. If Branco will, if we approach them and they'll do some extra paving for us at the same price, I think it's really beneficial to our community. Or if we get a really good price, use a lot of that gravel reserve. We have to use it, we have to pave the road next year anyway, so why not pave it this year, if we can?
Do you have any roads right now for that?
Yeah, there's some just down the road here that are ready for surface asphalt. So I can work up some quantities and get an estimate and bring back, some amount, like a dollar amount, what it would cost, and how much we can get done. Or we're up to that amount or so.
Councilor Marco?
Are we gonna talk about reserves at the time?
I mean, I don't mind, it is 23, but I was wondering if we could have a full report about the reserves.
If, we're gonna take a step back even further and say that, so higher level, Tracy and I share the view of how reserve funds should be managed and what their role is in this budget. We will bring to you a different approach in 26 that will show a strategy for avoiding funding your operations from the levy every year, with your levy going like this every year. there is a more,
It only goes this way.
well, it will it will allow you to have a more stable projection and a more fair and equal way of passing on and collecting costs. So, you know, what you're gonna hear from us is that you probably need about 6 or 7 reserves that are there to fund sort of your core operations. And what you will do each year at the budget is decide how much to replenish these reserves, rather than saying, well, we've got a big job coming up this year, we need to raise the money. You're gonna see, it's gonna be a bit of a change of philosophy in terms of how you fund the operation. You will find that you will fund more of your core stuff from reserve funds. And then you will debate how much you should contribute each year to replenish those funds. And so, getting back to Councilor Bell's point, we talked about reserve funds. You know, I think anytime you get a chance to talk about them, that's great. I would encourage you to wait if your plan is to introduce some changes or some something more fundamental in terms of the way that we use reserve funds, because we will bring forward a report very soon, because we'll start on the 26th budget anytime now. But I just wanted to sort of give you that window into what you're gonna hear from us in terms of future budgets, how to fund the operation, how to stabilize our finances more long-term, and a bit of a different philosophy about how to approach the budgeting exercise.
Yeah, and we've also discussed, Fred and my senior manager, that a consistent transfer for capital job in the budget is nice, because if you guys say every year on our levy, we're gonna have 1.5 million in capital. And then, or whatever you pick, like, and, you know, staff runs their projects, and, there's a limit. And if it can't get funded through the capital levy, or it has a reserve, we find different ways to fund it. But, you're not also affecting your tax rate, because one year Ken might need 2.5 million done, and you have to raise that, so. And then we can also do and finalize the capital budget in September or October, because we're not waiting to see the impact on the levy, because you already know what the impact on the levy is going to be. And then Ken can get his capital done much sooner and get better bids hopefully, or get construction started, because it's a pre-approved budget. Just those kind of things that, like, Fred and I are in agreement of how, you know, it's much easier on council when they're not getting thrown under the bus because something, you know, came up, because.
And it's easier for us to manage. So for example, if the council committed to a capital program annually of, let's say, $1.5 million, every year we'll bring to you candidate projects within that envelope, and you can help with us and prioritize them. But we'll know next year we're gonna have a capital program, like we only have a certain capacity to deliver capital programs, we don't have unlimited staff time or ability to supervise or monitor. So, you know, if our ability to deliver capital programs in a year is $1.5 million, then we'll wanna make sure that we have that access to that in a reserve fund, and then we'll talk about, you know, the priorities, how much to replenish that fund. So it will be, in our view, a more straightforward, easier process, easier to understand, less fluctuation in revenues, and a clearer path forward in terms of where you want to invest your money.
Yes, I would propose that we take 100,000 out of the gravel reserve. That should put us down to around 8.5% increase. With the county's increase, that should put us around 19% increase. I think that's reasonable. And then we can do with the extra money that can save on the asphalt. We can decide at a later date what we do with that, whether we spend it or if we put it in reserves. That's what I would propose. And then we're under the 20% increase for our increase.
And I think that's a good idea, since it's a starting point for how we want to go forward and what we have in the tax levy for capital. It won't, you know, if you do the 1.5, it won't, if we're already at 1.3, it won't be a, you know, a hair raising event, but, you know what I mean?
So if you, is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a seconder? Just get it on the phone. Can you discuss something the NAS? It's on the floor, so now you can discuss it. Councilor Carden.
So I think Tracy said 1% is 42,000. So that will knock it down to about under 8, I think, 100,000.
100 grand?
Yeah. Little.
So the proposal on the floor is 100,000
Yeah.
from the gravel reserve to bring down the tax.
Yeah, I estimated it around 7.5.
One other thing, would it be appropriate for Ken to reach out to Branco and see if there's a possibility before we get too excited about, trying to talk code?
I think there's two
I
separate things.
think that's good. Okay, still have the money there. We decide whether we're gonna spend it on asphalt or not, or whether we're gonna put it in reserves. And that's totally separate.
Yeah, this is just about the gravel line.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if Branco doesn't wanna do it, then we don't have to even think about it, it just goes to reserve the next year.
I'm good with that, bringing the levy down to 7.5, 7.8, whatever that works out with that $100,000. I know we're not talking about the money that was saved, the problem we had is we're already in the middle of June. So before we talk to Branco, we're into July, and looking at the paving prices, the price that was received on the first price, the first tender for line 29 was a better price than what we received for the tender on line 4. I think we're awful late to go back in and ask, like, we're better off to start this project, I think that's tomorrow, for 2026, and we can actually start tendering some stuff in December and January for capital.
Good point.
I don't disagree. I would think that it depends on Branco's position as far as how much work they have. If they looking for some work, they might be quite aggressive when they're already in the area.
Okay, so just, we'll
That's
talk
fair.
about the gravel right now. Do you want to give us, if you gave us 7? Okay, you second that, Councilor Carden? Or who, no, it is, actually.
What was the county?
11.34, I think it is.
So, sorry, just for clarification, the motion on the floor, moved by Deputy Mayor Long, seconded by Councilor Vanessa, is to take $100,000 from the gravel reserve to offset the tax levy for 2025. Okay. Was there any other piece of that? Okay.
Okay, motion on the floor, any more discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Now, we're going to, if I'm understanding, A, we're gonna have staff from Dragon report about the reserves,
Yeah, that's on our work plan.
okay? And B, we're going to take the potential savings that we found, this year in 2 and 300,000. And we're gonna ask Ken to get a feel from Branco, if they do wanna do some paving at a good price, but if they don't, we will move it potentially into reserve to handle for next year. Councilor Martin?
So my concern with that is the way we're creating that we found a savings, but from my perspective, what we're doing is putting 200 or 300,000 on the levy for another paving job. Right, is that not it? We found it, but it didn't, like, it was an estimate already, so it's not like it was an approved budget and that line has been there and now we have this money. Like, we're approving almost 300,000 more than we actually need. And to Councilor Vanessa's point, we're seeing the prices go up. So I just don't love the phrasing of we're gonna spend this found money because we're actually adding it to the levy. Am I wrong?
It's in the 1.3 tax levy.
Yeah, but it's calculated in our current percent or whatever it is.
Yes, it's in the 7.4.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I might, if there is an appetite to explore additional hard surface, that is something that's a reasonable project to fund from a reserve fund, because you're investing in infrastructure. So if that's what you wanna do, a capital investment, in my opinion, and I think Tracy's with me, is if you wanna use the reserve fund to invest in a capital asset, that's a perfectly respectable thing to do. It's just not good to use it to fund your operation. So if you want to expand your funding in terms of a capital program, you may not need to use this bound money.
Mhm.
If you want to expand the capital program, use some of the money that you have in your reserve and invest it in the roads rather than raising more.
That was sort of my point, and I felt like we weren't given time to discuss that, or we had to vote on that, which is why I supported that, because in the end, it's all taxpayer money that we're moving around.
Councilor Kirby?
But it's already in levy, it's in the 7.45%, so whether you just put it over in reserves and take it back out, it doesn't make any difference. So my point is, you're not gonna get anything paid for $200,000. You need the leftover from line 29. And you need the rest of the gravel reserve we're not gonna pave anything for less than $500,000. So you're not gonna get nothing paid for $200,000.
I mean,
So let's,
in the 24 budget here, we've got capital breakdowns. I realize this is a year old. We had line 9 at 150. We had line 122, 250, and line 15, 240. So I'm assuming these are just a 2-kilometer stretch. So we can, I realize prices are higher than that, but we could just do one stretch.
yeah,
Right?
but you wanna keep the gravel reserve? We have 150 left over, and are we keeping it for?
I think to Councilor Martin's point, though, she's saying, do we have to, so we have this $300,000 we think we found. Do we have to charge the residents to keep that? Or do we say, no, your taxes are going down? I'm paraphrasing here, maybe I'm totally incorrect, but we could say we're gonna take the $300,000 and drop our levy by 8%, so all of a sudden, there's no levy increase this year at all.
Yeah, I think that's a very dangerous move. I think that, we leave, see how, Ken makes out with Franco, and that'll be a topic for another discussion, but I think that, I'm quite comfortable with that increase. You can juggle around how you've got it, but I'm quite comfortable with that. And one other thing we talked about was perhaps we can get a report on investments.
One more comment, I agree 100% with Bob, if you get the budget way too tight. And at the end of the year, you have nothing left over if you're in a deficit, it's better to have a bit left over to play with for. Whether we use it this year or next year, but you don't want the budget so tight that. It's a little.
Any more discussion? Okay. We're gonna move on to item 9, correspondence. Tracy, are you happy?
Oh, yeah.
You want
We didn't do a resolution.
Pardon?
Yeah. Yeah, everything so.
Pardon?
Everything we need to.
You could resolve to pass the budget with the details that Tracy's providing in terms of the impact.
Okay, so I need a motion on the floor to resolve the budget to, what's the number you're going with? It was a 7.45 increase, moved by Councillor Jeff Bell, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilhelm.
Can you refer to Bill, please?
Yes. Okay, so to adopt the 2025, I'm paraphrasing here, but tax levy to be 7.45%. Is that right? Increase, yeah. Sorry, 7.4 increase. Okay, so, when I call your name, please enter, please say yes or no to, the proposed resolution. Deputy Mayor Wilhelm,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bell,
No.
Councillor Gordon,
Yes.
Councillor Rennes,
Yes.
Councillor Jeff Bell,
Yes.
Councillor Martin. No. Yeah. That resolution carries. All right, what we have now?
I don't have to I can give you the numbers.
Okay, so item 9, correspondence, correspondence. No, item 10, council reports. Councilor Bergen, over. Councilor Marco,
No,
Deputy Mayor.
just a couple things, in the community center. We've had some, changes as far as committee members, there's a couple, people that are interested in one. So, we look forward to bringing them on and, things, Fred's just, working results on that and, so that'll be, put to bed and hopefully we'll be back to working on that MOU.
Councilor Vanessa.
Most of the calls have been about the Stephenville subdivision. There seems to be more support coming from individuals in that community. Certainly more than there has been in the past.
Councilor Jeff.
Two things, one, Optimus, bike rodeo is this Saturday at the PRC, starts at 9. We'll have, we've got distracted police there, they're gonna have a radar gun, if not, and yeah, there's all sorts of, stuff going on there. The other event, I know it's not Perth South, but it is Perth County, at Milverton Rod and Gun. It is National Range Day. It's an opportunity for people to come out to the range, that maybe don't have experience with firearms. And we walk you through safe handling, you shoot long rifles, you shoot handguns, you get about 50 rounds. So if anyone's interested, let me know. It's an event that I coordinate, so I will be not in St. Mary's, I'll be in Milverton that day.
Thank you. Councilor Martin. Okay. I want to thank Deputy Mayor for covering me for the meeting as I was away. So I don't have much to report. I did want to say that the county council meeting is on Thursday morning. There's quite a bit of discussion around snow fence, live snow fences. The ag working group is also making a proposal of the fence bylaw. I have to say I'm not exactly thrilled with the proposal, so we'll hold that discussion. But if you're interested in those items, I would definitely look at the county council package to give me some feedback before Thursday if you so wish. So yeah, lots of things happening. We did fly the Pride flag last night with Kelly Valentine, who was a former resident, and we were quite happy with that. So okay, we are moving on to bylaws. No bylaws, announcements, none, notices in motion, none, other business, none, no question period, confirmatory bylaw. We are at the bylaw 24/2025, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm and ratify matters dealt with by resolution of the Township of Perth. It be given first, second, and third readings and be properly signed and sealed. Moved by Councilor Vanessa, second by Councilor Jeff. All in favor?
Oh, shit, yeah.
Oh, okay, moved by Councilor Jeff, second by Councilor Martin. All those in favor? Carried. Adjournment, this meeting was adjourned at 2:57 p.m. Thank you, everybody. I know it was a long meeting, but I think it was a very
Thank you, staff, because you did a ton of work on that budget. It was tight.
Yeah.